Have you ever imagined what the future will look like? We can do more than just look up at the universe. Big data can completely change the way we drive cars. Energy efficiency can be rocket high. Nanotechnology can solve the mystery of genetic diseases. In 2021, National Yangming Chiaotong University was born after a merger. Now it would have new goals and responsibilities. Welcome to a new era. Through our heritage, innovation, and sustained effort, we push forward the cultivation plan whereby we pick everyone's brain for a visionary future. Communication networks, energy, finance and education sectors become more intelligent with research and development in technology. Industry development and quality of life are taken to the next level. In the area of AI healthcare and advanced medical equipment, big data helps to create an integrated system in which people always come first. We don't just extend lifespans, we live better and healthier lives. We groom physician engineers and medical doctors across the country and promote cross-disciplinary collaboration for a sustainable future. While focusing on medical and scientific progress, we also care for human values. We keep exchanging ideas with our worldwide partners. We rethink the role of a university in our society and work towards the goal of sustainability. NYCU has inherited traditions from 2 universities in pursuit of innovative breakthroughs. We will plan ahead in the era of post-COVID-19 and seize the opportunities in restructuring of worldwide supply chains. Our insights are refined to the last detail at the fastest pace possible. We have transformed in no time. Where is the future? The future is here. For infinity and beyond.
Campus is about 22 hectares in size with a beautiful landscape. The school is located near the expressway. From the start, much work was needed to be done. KSU founder Mr. Jung-He Lee, board and presidents, established an Institute of Technology, which became a Technical Institute of Technology and Commerce. Afterwards, a College of Technology, and then Kunshan University in 2000. In 2018, for 3 years in a row, KSU won a grant from the MOE Higher Education Sprout Project and ranked #1 for average grant benefit per student among all private technological universities, and recognition as the only international competitive Global Taiwan Research Center Technical University in Tainan. KSU also won the MOE Teaching Excellence Award 12 years in a row and the MOE Exemplary University Award 5 years in a row. Mr. Weilong Zheng is chair. Dr. Tianxiang Li is president. Student population exceeds 11,000. More than 90% of the teachers are assistant professors or above, possess certification or experience. Based on the motto of determination, perseverance, honesty, and simplicity, we provide a friendly IT environment that fosters a global perspective. Regional development makes our school one of the top universities of technology. Career planning, quality teaching, and research are carried out simultaneously. KSU's advanced educational training in technical and vocational education consists of the Colleges of Engineering, Business and Management, Creative Media, College of Applied Human Ecology, and the International College. There are 21 departments, 2 degree programs, and 15 graduate schools. attention is put on green technology, cultural and creative industries, smart living, and precision machinery. The College of Engineering's objective is to become the cradle of Taiwan's outstanding engineering talent that upgrades technology and transitions outstanding talent to industry. Integrating mechatronics control systems, AI, 5G, intelligent automation, and green materials are the main focus while promoting green technologies and sustainable development. The College of Engineering was awarded a first-class rating by the MOE and an IEET certification. Students will be the leaders in industrial technology for the new century. The College of Engineering consists of the high-precision, high-level automation designing Department of Mechanical Engineering and Graduate School and PhD program of Mechanical and Energy Engineering. Dedicated to mechatronics integrated with technologies automation development is the Department of Electrical Engineering and Graduate School. Integrating intelligent information products development and manufacturing is the Department of Electronic Engineering and Graduate School. Nurturing sustainable environment management and water pollution prevention professionals is the Department of Environmental Engineering and Graduate School. Developing green energy and focusing on green material development is the Department of Materials Engineering and Graduate School. Developing AI and the Internet of Things is the Department of Information Engineering and Graduate School. Exploring high-speed communication technologies and robotics control programming applications is the Department of Intelligent Robotics Engineering and Graduate School. Focusing on game designing, propagation and applications, and nurturing gaming industry outstanding new media talent is the Computer and Game Development Program. The school spares no effort in keeping up with globalization by developing international cooperation and has signed up over 300 sister schools from all over Asia, the Americas, Europe, New Zealand, and Australia. The International College was established to offer the International Degree Program, the Foreign Language Center, and also the Chinese Language Center, which offers a diverse Mandarin Chinese curriculum. We now have international students coming from more than 30 countries studying in our undergraduate and graduate programs. We arrange visits to our international sister schools and cooperate with government and private companies. We've been proudly commissioned by Taiwan International Cooperation and Development Fund, ICDF, to offer human resource training programs for professionals from allied countries. We offer courses for international students to prepare them to work in Taiwanese companies. We encourage departments to offer courses fully taught in English to provide an alternative for local students and facilitate studies for international students. Founded more than 55 years ago, KSU is known both at home and abroad for education excellence. It is Taiwan's leader in technical and vocational education, and its cradle of innovative technical and vocational development. Kunshan University is Taiwan's leader in technical and vocational education.
Hi everyone, my name is Pade Mustafa Tiara. I'm from Burkina Faso. I graduated from Minchuan University. I found my first job to Contact Taiwan as soon as I've been graduated. So if you want to live in Taiwan and work in Taiwan, Contact Taiwan is your best option.
Hello, my name is Camila. I'm from Guatemala and I'm 25 years old. I've been in Taiwan for 6 years now, and the Taiwanese government has given me 2 fully funded scholarships. That's why I want to give back to Taiwan. Taiwan is a place full of energy and opportunities. It is also the heart of Asia.
Hi everyone, I'm Nathaniel from America. I first came to Taoyuan because of my wife. But later found out there's a lot of great companies here in Taoyuan, including the one I'm at right now, which is Orite, a renowned sustainable cosmetics company. In my position now, I'm able to share a lot of these great green products throughout the world. Orite has already joined Contact Taiwan and we hope to use Contact Taiwan to find good other additional international personnel. I would encourage everyone to join Contact Taiwan, including you who's watching right now.
My name is Xavier and I'm from Malaysia. I had heard about Contact Taiwan when I was a student. My friends also participated in many job searching events held by Contact Taiwan. Luckily, I found a job that matched my major after graduation. Now, I am in charge of planning and production at TR Radio. I hope to use voice content to deliver more positive energy. If you don't know Contact Taiwan yet, be sure to join it as soon as possible.
Join Contact Taiwan now.
Give a warm welcome to Professor Li Wei Chao to give his remarks. And this is William.
Have you ever imagined what the future will look like? We can do more than just look up at the universe. Big data can completely change the way we drive cars. Energy efficiency can be rocket high. Nanotechnology can solve the mystery of genetic diseases. In 2021, National Yangming Chiaotong University was born after a merger. Now it would have new goals and responsibilities. Welcome to a new era. Through our heritage, innovation, and sustained effort, we push forward the cultivation plan whereby we pick everyone's brain for a visionary future. Communication networks, energy, finance, and education sectors become more intelligent with research and development in technology. Industry development and quality of life are taken to the next level. In the area of AI healthcare and advanced medical equipment, big data helps to create an integrated system in which people always come first. We don't just extend lifespans, we live better and healthier lives. We groom physician engineers and medical doctors across the country and promote cross-disciplinary collaboration for a sustainable future. While focusing on medical and scientific progress, we also care for human values. We keep exchanging ideas with our worldwide partners. We rethink the role of a university in our society and work towards the goal of sustainability. NYCU has inherited traditions from 2 universities in pursuit of innovative breakthroughs. We will plan ahead in the era of post-COVID-19 and seize the opportunities in restructuring of worldwide supply chains. Our insights are refined to the last detail at the fastest pace possible. We have transformed in no time. Where is the future? The future is here. For infinity and beyond.
Campus is about 22 hectares in size with a beautiful landscape. The school is located near the expressway. From the start, much work was needed to be done. KSU founder Mr. Jung-He Lee, board and presidents, established an Institute of Technology, which became a Technical Institute of Technology and Commerce. Afterwards, a College of Technology, and then Kunshan University in 2000. In 2018, for 3 years in a row, KSU won a grant from the MOE Higher Education Sprout Project and ranked #1 for average grant benefit per student among all private technological universities, and recognition as the only international competitive Global Taiwan Research Center Technical University in Tainan. KSU also won the MOE Teaching Excellence Award 12 years in a row and the MOE Exemplary University Award 5 years in a row. Mr. Weilong Zheng is chair. Dr. Tianxiang Li is president. Student population exceeds 11,000. More than 90% of the teachers are assistant professors or above, possess certification or experience. Based on the motto of determination, perseverance, honesty, and simplicity, we provide a friendly IT environment that fosters a global perspective. Regional development makes our school one of the top universities of technology. Career planning, quality teaching, and research are carried out simultaneously. KSU's advanced educational training in technical and vocational education consists of the Colleges of Engineering, Business and Management, Creative Media, College of Applied Human Ecology, and the International College. There are 21 departments, 2 degree programs, and 15 graduate schools. Attention is put on green technology, cultural and creative industries, smart living, and precision machinery. The College of Engineering's objective is to become the cradle of Taiwan's outstanding engineering talent that upgrades technology and transitions outstanding talent to industry. Integrating mechatronics control systems, AI, 5G, intelligent automation, and green materials are the main focus while promoting green technologies and sustainable development. The College of Engineering was awarded a first-class rating by the MOE and an IEET certification. Students will be the leaders in industrial technology for the new century. The College of Engineering consists of the high-precision, high-level automation designing Department of Mechanical Engineering and Graduate School and PhD program of Mechanical and Energy Engineering. Dedicated to mechatronics integrated with technology's automation development is the Department of Electrical Engineering and Graduate School. Integrating intelligent information products development and manufacturing is the Department of Electronic Engineering and Graduate School. Nurturing sustainable environment management and water pollution prevention professionals is the Department of Environmental Engineering and Graduate School. Developing green energy and focusing on green material development is the Department of Materials Engineering and Graduate School. Developing AI and the Internet of Things is the Department of Information Engineering and Graduate School. Exploring high-speed communication technologies and robotics control programming applications is the Department of Intelligent Robotics Engineering and Graduate School. Focusing on game designing, propagation and applications, and nurturing gaming industry outstanding new media talent is the Computer and Game
Materials Engineering and Graduate School. Developing AI and the Internet of Things is the
school
Department of
spares no
Information
effort in
Engineering
keeping up
and
with
Graduate School.
globalization by
Exploring
developing
high-speed
international
communication
cooperation
technologies
and has
robotics
signed up
control
over
programming
300 sister
applications
schools
is
from
the
all
Department
over
of
Asia,
Intelligent
the
Robotics
Americas,
Engineering and
Europe,
Graduate
New
School.
Zealand, and
Focusing
Australia.
on game designing,
The International
propagation and
College was
applications,
established
and
to offer
nurturing
the
gaming
International
industry
Degree
outstanding
Program,
new media
the
talent
Foreign Language
is the
Center,
Computer
and also the
Game
Chinese Language
Materials
Center,
Engineering and
which
Graduate
offers a
School.
diverse Mandarin Chinese curriculum. We now have international students coming from more than 30 countries studying in our undergraduate and graduate programs. We arrange visits to our international sister schools and cooperate with government and private companies. We've been proudly commissioned by Taiwan International Cooperation and Development Fund, ICDF, to offer human resource training programs for professionals from allied countries. We offer courses for international students to prepare them to work in Taiwanese companies. We encourage departments to offer courses fully taught in English to provide an alternative for local students and facilitate studies for international students. Founded more than 55 years ago, KSU is known both at home and abroad for education excellence. It is Taiwan's leader in technical and vocational education, and its cradle of innovative technical and vocational development. Kunshan University is Taiwan's leader in technical and vocational education.
Hi everyone, my name is Pari Mustafa Tiara. I'm from Burkina Faso. I graduated from Minchuan University. I found my first job to contact Taiwan as soon as I've been graduated. So if you want to live in Taiwan and work in Taiwan, contact Taiwan is your best option.
Hello, my name is Camila. I'm from Guatemala and I'm 25 years old. I've been in Taiwan for 6 years now, and the Taiwanese government has given me 2 fully funded scholarships. That's why I want to give back to Taiwan.
It's right there.
Taiwan is a place full of energy and opportunities. It is also the heart of Asia.
Hi everyone, I'm Nathaniel from America. I first came to Taoyuan because of my wife, but later found out there's a lot of great companies here in Taoyuan, including the one I'm at right now, which is Orite, a renowned sustainable cosmetics company. In my position now, I'm able to share a lot of these great green products throughout the world. Orite has already joined Contact Taiwan, and we hope to use Contact Taiwan to find good other additional international personnel. I would encourage everyone to join Contact Taiwan, including you who's watching right now.
My name is Xavier and I'm from Malaysia. I had heard about Contact Taiwan when I was a student. My friends also participated in many job searching events held by Contact Taiwan. Luckily, I found a job that matched my major after graduation. Now, I am in charge of planning and production at TR Radio. I hope to use voice content to deliver more positive energy. If you don't know Contact Taiwan yet, be sure to join it as soon as possible.
Join Contact Taiwan now.
Have you ever imagined what the future will look like? We can do more than just look up at the universe. Big data can completely change the way we drive cars. Energy efficiency can be rocket high. Nanotechnology can solve the mystery of genetic diseases. In 2021, National Yangming Chiaotong University was born after a merger. Now it would have new goals and responsibilities. Welcome to a new era. Through our heritage, innovation, and sustained effort, we push forward the cultivation plan whereby we pick everyone's brain for a visionary future. Communication networks, energy, finance and education sectors become more intelligent with research and development in technology. Industry development and quality of life are taken to the next level. In the area of AI healthcare and advanced medical equipment, big data helps to create an integrated system in which people always come first. We don't just extend lifespans, we live better and healthier lives. Plenary collaboration for a sustainable future. While focusing on medical and scientific progress, we also care for human values. We keep exchanging ideas with our worldwide partners. We rethink the role of a university in our society and work towards the goal of sustainability. NYCU has inherited traditions from 2 universities in pursuit of innovative breakthroughs. We will plan ahead in the era of post-COVID-19 and seize the opportunities in restructuring of worldwide supply chains. Our insights are refined to the last detail at the fastest pace possible. We have transformed in no time. Where is the future? The future is here. For infinity and beyond. Goal of sustainability.
Campus is about 22 hectares in size with a beautiful landscape. The school is located near the expressway. From the start, much work was needed to be done. KSU founder Mr. Jung-He Lee, board and presidents, established an Institute of Technology, which became a Technical Institute of Technology and Commerce. Afterwards, a College of Technology, and then Kunshan University in 2000. In 2018, for 3 years in a row, KSU won a grant from the MOE Higher Education Sprout Project and ranked #1 for average grant benefit per student among all private technological universities, and recognition as the only international competitive Global Taiwan Research Center technical university in Tainan. KSU also won the MOE Teaching Excellence Award 12 years in a row and the MOE Exemplary University Award 5 years in a row. Mr. Weilong Zheng is chair. Dr. Tianxiang Li is president. Student population exceeds 11,000. More than 90% of the teachers are assistant professors or above, possess certification or experience. Based on the motto of determination, perseverance, honesty, and simplicity, we provide a friendly IT environment that fosters a global perspective. Regional development makes our school one of the top universities of technology. Career planning, quality teaching, and research are carried out simultaneously. Technology's automation development is the Department of Electrical Engineering and Graduate School. Integrating intelligent information products development and manufacturing is the Department of Electronic Engineering and
about how to get into the workforce in these countries regarding these fields. Now, yesterday, I think we had a very good discussion with our panelists, and we welcome you to do the same today. We have the live stream on YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram. Please send your questions in while we are talking to the panelists. Feel free to raise your questions, and we will try to get to your questions as soon as possible. Now, it is an interactive session, so as we start, I would like to remind the panelists that it's an active discussion. If you would like to interject while some other panelist is answering, feel free to do so. If you'd like to add or comment on any other part of the question or their comments and their responses, please feel free to do so as well. Now, to begin, we would like to honor our country, as we always do, with our national anthem. And I would like you to welcome Mr. Benoit Koi, who will be playing the steel pan today, and Miss Ranisha Williams, who will be singing the national anthem. And as patriotic Belizeans that we are, please join us in singing the national anthem along with them.
Oh, land of the free.
Mr. Koi and Ms. Williams for that wonderful rendition of our national anthem. Now, to begin today, we're going to have some opening remarks, but I would just like to remind you that this has been a two-day forum. Today is day 2. If you joined us yesterday, welcome back. Thank you for joining us. And if you did not, we welcome you to check the Belize Taiwan Association YouTube page to check and go over yesterday's here today. Now, this forum is happening in a hybrid manner. Now we have two live locations. In Northern Taipei, we are at National Yangming Chiaotong University, and I welcome all of our attendees here today. Thank you for coming out bright and early on a Sunday morning. And those in the south of Taiwan, in Kunshan University, welcome and thank you for joining us as well. Now, for all of you back that are joining us in Belize, or wherever you may be joining us via live, welcome. Thank you for tuning in. And we would like to take the time to thank both universities that are hosting us in this event. So thank you very much to National Yangming Chiaotong University for being such a lovely host, giving us the space to be able to make this forum happen, and also Kunshan University. And to begin today's opening remarks, please help me in welcoming Ms. Melody Wagner, the current president and today's representative of the Belize Taiwan Association.
Thank you, Amador. Good morning and good evening to those joining us from abroad, to our special guests who were here yesterday, who will be delivering remarks again today. Her Excellency Dr. Candace Pitts, Ambassador of Belize to Taiwan, and Professor Li Wei Cho, Deputy Vice President of the International Affairs at National Yangming Chiaotong University. To our mentors, career prospects, and volunteers here with us online or here in person today. I am happy to be here, and of course to see this amazing venture come to life. It's day 2, so we've already gotten halfway through. The Career Forum comes from what we, the steering committee, identified as a knowledge gap that the average graduate is forced to face at the end of every transition point. This is a curated space that will aid you This is a curated space that will aid you with answering some of the questions that we are left with at the end of university. And I'm hoping that this space will allow you to answer those questions. We hope that by the end of the event, you have a well-informed answer, to the question of what's next in your life journey. Over the course of the forum, you will hear experiences from people that were once in your shoes, or perhaps still are, about what opportunities exist and actions you can consider taking to propel you into your desired space. I hope that each person present here today is able to take away at least one lesson or piece of advice, some inspiration that can contribute to your personal or professional development. This is a free space to learn, explore, and exchange, and I hope we are all able to take something of value from this experience. Thank you for taking the time to invest in our community and for being patient with all the complications that we faced over the last 2 days. Thank you, and let's have fun today.
Welcome remarks that our invited guests delivered yesterday, so please join us in watching. Extraordinary and plenipotentiary from the Embassy of Belize here in Taiwan. Welcome and thank you for being with us. To begin with, we'd like to give a warm welcome to Professor Li Wei Cho to give his remarks.
Hi everyone, can everyone hear me? Okay. Ambassador Dr. Pitts and friends and colleagues here in Taipei, Tainan, and also in Belize, good morning and good evening. My name is Li Wei Zhou. I'm the Deputy Director here in Office of International Affairs here at NYCU, National Yangming Chiaotong University. And first of all, on behalf of our university, it's my pleasure to welcome all of you to join this year's Belize Taiwan Career Forum. This is a great opportunity for us. I would really like to thank the organizing committee for reaching out to us, especially our alumni, and provide us with this opportunity to contribute and using this facility for this year's event. As an educational institute, one of the top priority for our university is to provide education and skills for the students. And not only during their time of study here, but also the career development and also the future success for our graduates. And probably some of you already know that our university merged in 2021. That was a collaboration between engineering and medical field. So this is one of the uniqueness. I would like to take this opportunity to share with you a video of our university. And hopefully we can see this online here.
Have you ever imagined what the future will look like? We can do more than just look up at the universe. Big data can completely change the way we drive cars. Energy efficiency can be rocket high. Nanotechnology can solve the mystery of genetic diseases. In 2021, National Yangming Chiaotong University was born after a merger. Now it would have new goals and responsibilities. Welcome to a new era. Through our heritage, innovation, and sustained effort, we push forward the cultivation plan whereby we pick everyone's brain for a visionary future. Communication networks, energy, finance, and education sectors become more intelligent with research and development in technology. Industry development and quality of life are taken to the next level. In the area of AI healthcare and advanced medical equipment, big data helps to create an integrated system in which people always come first. We don't just extend lifespans, we live better and healthier lives. We groom physician engineers and medical doctors across the country and promote cross-disciplinary collaboration for a sustainable future. While focusing on medical and scientific progress, we also care for human values. We keep exchanging ideas with our worldwide partners. We rethink the role of a university in our society and work towards the goal of sustainability. NYCU has inherited traditions from 2 universities in pursuit of innovative breakthroughs. We will plan ahead in the era of post-COVID-19 and seize the opportunities in restructuring of worldwide supply chains. Our insights are refined to the last detail at the fastest pace possible. We have transformed in no time. Where is the future? The future is here. For infinity and beyond.
Okay, thank you. That concludes our video for the introduction. Thank you all once again. I hope everybody enjoyed the video, and I'm looking forward to the discussion and presentation later today. Thank you.
For your remarks. Now let us welcome Dr. Candice Augusta Pitts from the Embassy of Belize, Ambassador here in Taiwan. Ambassador, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Greetings, everyone. Dr. Lee, to our Belizeans at home, our Belizeans online, and our Belizeans present in this room. Thank you for this opportunity to offer a few remarks at your inaugural Belize Taiwan Career Forum. Let me commence by congratulating the coordinators and the members of the Belize Taiwan Association for this visionary and innovative initiative. Events such as this demonstrate precisely what we need from our nationals who receive tertiary level education. They can help us and by us I mean Belizeans, to devise ways to help develop each other and to help develop Belize. Ever and anon, our nationals leave to study, and we are left unaware of their studies and their training. So this professional forum prefers a great platform to highlight these talents as well as a great avenue for our paraprofessionals here in Taiwan to connect with experts from relevant industries in Belize. I listened keenly to the Minister of State in the Ministry of Finance, Economic Development and Investment when he was last here in Taiwan. He said that Belize is at full employment. Aside from those Belizeans who are not seeking work or perhaps are in transition between jobs, most Belizeans are employed. The minister also said that they're aggressively, meaning the government, aggressively seeking investments for Belize. As you're aware, next month, Belize will host its second Trade and Investment Summit on the island of San Pedro. We anticipate that members of the business community here in Taiwan will also attend that summit and continue to explore areas of commercial opportunities between Belize and Taiwan. The BPOs, for instance, have become leading industries in Belize. Belizeans are not only call operators at these BPOs, they are now supervisors and managers and other higher level positions. There are also investments in other industries, which means Belize will need skilled workers for these jobs. And in case you are unaware, as educated Belizeans, you are in a better position than most to be qualified for these jobs. Of course, there is also the possibility, if you are so inclined, to create your own businesses and perhaps employ other Belizeans while you're at it. In any event, we do hope that you utilize the opportunities you have received to further your studies in Taiwan to at some point and in some way contribute to Belize's development. That should be each of our moral imperative. While I cannot stay for the duration of the forum, I am quite honored to be at the inauguration of such a meaningful initiative. As I mentioned prior, I ardently support this initiative, and I once again thank all the coordinators, the hosts, the MC, and all the participants who are making this event possible. I wish you all the best, and may this initiative be fruitful, meaningful, and effective. Thank you.
A pleasant good morning to everyone. My name is Laila Stefan, and I am one of the members of the steering committee for this career forum. I have the pleasure of introducing our first segment for the day. It's no other than the education panel. The moderator for the education segment is Amador Castillo. He hails from Orange Walk District, holds an undergraduate degree in international affairs and diplomacy from Ming Chuan University, and he has a remarkable track record, having served as the past president of the Belize Taiwan Association, and currently he's using his expertise as an ESL teacher here in Taiwan. Amador, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Esther.
This meeting is being recorded.
I am very pleased to start off the first panel and the first segment for today. I think it is very important one, especially for those here in Taiwan and in Belize. As we all know, without teachers and without our education systems, we would not be here. A lot of the things that help with developing our countries come from education. Now, I think the organizers of this forum have done an extraordinary job at gathering panelists that are from an array of fields. And from this education panel, I think as I go introducing them, you will see what amazing individuals these people are and how much knowledge they have to share. And without further ado, I'd like to introduce these panelists. And First, we are joined online by Mrs. Elena Smith, who is a teacher at St. Ignatius Primary School, a senator in Belize, and past president of the BNTU back in Belize. And I'm pretty sure we are well acquainted with her work back in Belize, and I think this is a good opportunity. So if you have questions, please feel free to send them in. Secondly, we have Ms. Karina Ball, who is here with us presently. Good morning, and thank you for joining us. And Ms. Ball is the founder of Gig Belize and an English teacher at Hess International Education here in Taiwan. We are also joined online by Ms. Elma Chun, who is a PhD student in Education, Leadership, and Management at National Chongqing University. Ms. Chun, thank you for joining us and good morning. And also here with us in person, we have Ms. Javiola Aragon, who is a foreign English teacher at Peishin Junior High in Chiayi, here in Taiwan. Welcome and good morning, and thank you for joining us. Now, as we begin the questions, I'd like to remind the panelists, feel free to comment as you'd like. If you would like to comment on someone else's response, please feel free to do so. This is an open dialogue between the panelists and here with our audience and those online. Now, to begin with, I will have a general question just so that the audience can get to know you a little bit more. So I'd like for you to introduce yourself, let us know what you are currently doing, your position, and a little bit about your educational background. And to begin, let's have Mrs. Elena Smith. Can you please introduce yourself?
Hi. For you, it's good morning. Where I am, it's good evening. I'm in Jamaica. This is the good thing about virtual sessions. You can be anywhere in the world and you can still join in. So I am Elena Smith. I'm a mother of 3 boys and I have two grandchildren. I have been teaching for the past 38 years, going on my 39th. And all of these years I've been at St. Ignatius School in Belize City. It's a Catholic primary school. I have a master's degree in education from Bridgewater State University. My focus was reading. And so I was glad when I heard our host talk about ESL. I love gardening, I love dancing. Maybe 2 things about me that you might not know. I don't know how to ride a bicycle. I don't know how to swim, but I certainly can handle a machete. I can use a weed whacker, I can climb a tree. I do the things that back in our days we were called tomboys because the girls used to do things that boys would normally do. And so I'm not the normal female that you may see around, but I believe that when it comes to my career and it comes to my profession, I believe that I am an expert after 38 years of being in the classroom. Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Smith. Next, can we have Ms. Ball? Can you please introduce yourself?
Okay, hello everybody. Good morning and good evening to everyone who is in Belize. My name is Karina Ball and I am an English teacher here in Taiwan. Like most people who come to Taiwan to study, I actually started teaching English when I was doing my master's degree. So I taught English part-time when I started, and after I was done with my degree in business, I wanted to continue learning a bit more Chinese so that I would improve my possibility and my option to be able to get a job in Taiwan. And so I taught English for a year full-time, and I learned Chinese so that I could try to improve my Chinese skills. After I finished the year of studying Chinese, I started interviewing for jobs, and this is when I realized that maybe I wasn't going to be satisfied with the salary that was offered and the long working hours for working in the business field in Taiwan, because I was interviewing especially with Taiwanese companies. And so I decided to follow along with a friend who was moving to Taiwan and to try to teach English with an international organization, so a company that has schools in Taiwan and other Asian countries. And when I started with this company, the plan was to continue teaching for another year and to continue looking for jobs in my field that would offer a higher salary so that I could continue having the life that I wanted. But I soon was exposed to a different aspect of teaching English, so more the management side of teaching English. And I got the opportunity to be a head teacher at one of the branches. And before the end of my second year, I was head teacher at 3 of the branches. And eventually I was representing my entire area for this organization that I was working with. After working with them for a few years and helping with onboarding new employees and managing foreign staff and so on, I realized that I was getting a lot of skills that I needed for entrepreneurship, which ultimately my goal was someday having my own business. And so I decided to take a step back because I felt like I've learned a lot in management and now it was time to put it into use. And I love the fact that teaching English allowed me the flexibility to cut down on my hours so I can dedicate my time to building a business which is aimed at helping other entrepreneurs in Belize and service providers in Belize. So my English teaching journey has been a bit different. It has also exposed me a lot to learning about the other side to teaching English. You know, teaching English is great. Connecting with kids is great. You have some awesome experiences, but I also think that it provides an opportunity for you to pursue your goals, your personal goals, and to pursue the things that you want in life. So for me, it's been great to be able to use teaching English in Taiwan as a stepping stone to creating my own business and to still continue with that career path that I had wanted, but to do something for myself.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ball. Now we head on over to Ms. Chun. Can you please go ahead and introduce yourself?
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Amador, and those online and those joining us online. My name is Ilma Chun. I'm from the beautiful Corozal Bay. I enjoy playing soccer. I consider myself a very adventurous person. And since living in Taiwan, I've took on the hobbies of cooking and baking. In Belize, I earned my undergraduate degree in secondary science education. And prior to coming to Taiwan, I was teaching chemistry and integrated science at the Corozal Community College. And back in 2018, I was offered the ICDF scholarship to come to Taiwan. And I currently have my master's degree in education, and I am currently working on my PhD degree in education. Currently, my research area is based on international students and their study experience here in Taiwan. I'm looking at Latin American countries and the challenges that these students face when coming into a new learning environment, the challenges that they face when they come into this new learning environment. And the goal of my research is to provide students with like a better platform on how they can prepare themselves, and also to provide a better platform for universities and for the government of Taiwan and Belize in assisting these students in their assimilation process. I'm currently in Taiwan for 5 years. Well, I've been in Taiwan for 5 years now, and I'm currently an English teacher. I've been an ESL teacher at kindergarten and elementary school. Currently, I'm a full-time ESL teacher. I teach kindergartens in the morning, and in the afternoon, I teach at the primary schools. So my goal of participating in today's forum is to share my teaching experience, to answer questions that fellow teachers or students may have with their study or teaching experiences in Taiwan. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chun. And now we go to Ms. Aragon. We open the floor to you. Can you introduce yourself, please?
Hi, I am Javiola Aragon. I am from Orange Walk. I lived and worked my entire adult life in Belize. I am a teacher. I I worked at one high school for over 16 years, and then I moved into the Ministry of Education for over 13 years. And then I decided that I wanted a change, and so I came to Taiwan to teach English. In Taiwan, I am a foreign English teacher through the program that is run by the Ministry of Education in Taiwan. I found this opportunity online, and I prepared everything that I needed to prepare, including academic documents and a financial plan. And I did research on the country before I even submitted the first document. And I went through the entire process step by step until I arrived in Taiwan, and I have now been teaching in Taiwan for 1.5 years. I am in Chiayi City. And as a foreign English teacher in Chiayi City, I have found a balance between work and life. And my purpose here is to share my journey with those of you who might want to have a similar career path. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, as we can see, our powerful women in this panel have a dynamic background, and I think we have a panel with different perspectives within the education field. Their paths have been different, and I think that's going to help us with understanding a little bit more about the job market and how to get into this field if that is what you are thinking of. And to kick off the information questions, I would like to ask if you can provide some insight into the current job market and opportunities in Belize within this field, and that is for Mrs. Smith specifically. Can you please share a little bit about what the job market is back in Belize, and if there are any maybe shortages in a specific subject area back in Belize? Is it primary, secondary, tertiary? If you have any information, can you please share with us?
Thank you. When we look at persons getting into the education field, we are noticing that for the primary level, I think it's easier for persons to get into that field. The primary teachers, at this point in time, teachers are required to have a first degree, which would be an associate's degree, and you are able to then get your license to teach. What we are noticing in terms of availability for the primary school, we have a lot of trained teachers. However, we have a lot of them who don't have jobs at this point in time because I think the system is now full at the primary level. There may be spaces, but there are short-term spaces, and teachers or persons seeking jobs prefer to have long-term employment. We note that at the secondary level, though, and even at the tertiary, there seems to be a shortage of teachers who have training in specific fields. So at the primary level, a teacher would teach, all subjects except at the upper division where they would do subject teaching. At the secondary level, you do subject teaching. And so schools have been saying to us that they are having difficulty finding science teachers, which would be chemistry, physics, those areas, math teachers, and strangely enough, English teachers. I'm not sure why we have shortages in these areas, but we are having difficulty finding teachers in those areas. There are other areas as well, but those would be the main ones now. And so if persons are looking into going into the education sector and they want to branch off and they want to, be sure to find a job that they would like and an area that they would like, then if you're interested in those areas, then that would make it easier for you to be able to get into the system at the secondary level. I'm not sure if Ms. Aragon will be able to add anything else to that, but that is the current situation that we have at home in terms of availability of spaces and where those are, what areas we need at the secondary level.
I believe part of the situation with getting the English teachers has to do with being trained to teach speakers of English whose first language is not English, and the methodologies that one uses to teach is different when you're teaching someone who already speaks English at home. Also, the methodologies have been changing and evolving, and someone who taught, like myself, 15, 20 years ago, needs to keep upgrading and learning the new methodologies. So young people who are preparing to enter the career, the profession of teaching, would benefit from taking some ESL courses or teaching students whose first language is not English, so that when such a teacher enters the classroom in Belize, especially in Belize City, where you have students from diverse backgrounds, the experience and the training in teaching students whose language is some language other than English, it would be a benefit both to the teacher, to the school, and definitely to the students. So right now, someone who is thinking of entering the education profession, I would advise such a person to take courses in teaching English as a second language.
Okay, thank you very much. And I think that is very useful for our viewers and persons who are thinking about becoming teachers back in Belize and here in Taiwan. Now, a little bit more specific to Taiwan, so this I will gear to Ms. Bolo and Ms. Chun. What are the job opportunities here in Taiwan as a teacher, and is it only English teaching? If you have any knowledge on the difference between entering into a job, for example, let's say a primary school or an secondary or tertiary school here, or is it only open to working at cram schools?
Okay, so in regards to teaching English, I believe that in Taiwan, depending on if you want to focus on an education, teaching English as your main goal, so you want to pursue your career in education, there are many opportunities that you can have at the primary schools and so on. But something that is very important for you to note is that for you to teach English at the primary schools or the secondary schools in Taiwan is that you need to be a licensed teacher. So you do need to have that license from Belize to be able to be qualified to teach. If you don't have a license and English is not a career that you intend to pursue forever, it's more of a way for you to get into the job market and then to move on to other things. You don't need to have a license, and you can teach at the kindergartens and the private cram schools and so on, but you do need to have more than a bachelor's degree. As long as you have more than a bachelor's degree, it should be quite easy for you to secure an English teaching job, because this is the basic requirement, and Belize is recognized as an English-speaking country in Taiwan, so we are able to be sponsored by the companies that want to hire us. For companies to sponsor you and to be able to provide you with your ARC and so on, they do need to be able to provide you with more than 14 hours of teaching per week, so that you can stay in Taiwan and be able to teach English as a job and have that sponsorship for your ARC.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Chun, is there anything you would like to add to this question?
Yes, teaching English in Taiwan, I think, comes as more of like a financial, how do you say it? Like many students here, they teach English just for the money, and so it's relatively easy for you to teach English. Like Karina said, you only need to have a undergraduate degree and to be able and to come from an English-speaking country. I've had the opportunity to work in government schools here, both in primary school and in the high school level, and teaching English in cram schools compared to government school is quite different. It's quite unique, and it brings a different level of experience and challenges than just than if you were just teaching at the cram school. And I think that when it comes to English teaching here in Taiwan, like one thing that makes it very easy for us is the textbooks are really easy to understand. They're really easy to follow through. And for me in particular, my university provides us with some ESL training. They provide us with what is called the iLife training, iLife ESL training, which allows us to be certified to also teach English as a second language here in Taiwan. So there are like all these different English qualification opportunities that exist. And I think it's just a matter of like reaching out or finding different companies that would support your English teaching, your experience here in Taiwan. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you as well. Now we have a question from one of our online audience members, and this is from Ms. Diksha, and her question is it possible to work as an English teacher and study here in Taiwan? So you can feel free to answer.
Yeah, as I mentioned, a lot of students are studying and working or teaching English here in Taiwan. Once you're a student, you're allowed or you're permitted to get what is called a student working permit, and that allows you to work up to 20 hours a week, and you can teach English for that period of time. Relatively, the pay scale here in Tainan is around 600 to 650 NTDs, which is around $40 to $45 Belize for the hour. So a lot of students find that teaching English while studying is another way to make some extra money so that they can cover their daily expenses. But yeah, you can study and you can teach English at the same time. And it's very easy for Belizean students because, as Karina mentioned, Belize is considered a native English speaking country, which makes it even easier. Like parents would want English speaking teachers for their children. Yeah. Sorry.
Okay, thank you very much. Now the next question is open to all panelists. In your field, which is education, is there a designated portal for job listings and opportunities? And I think this is important to note, both for here in Taiwan, how can people go about looking for teaching jobs if that's what they're looking for here in Taiwan? And also, Mrs. Smith, where can people interested in becoming teachers find these job listings in Belize?
Okay, so for us at home, there's not an official portal where these available spaces or available teaching positions are advertised. The management of the various schools, as you all are aware, we have this church-state system where schools are managed by our churches, and of course the government also manages some of these schools. And so those managements would then advertise these positions, and so the teachers would have to then be looking out to see if there's an advertisement and checking with colleagues to see if they know of any vacancies, newspapers, church bulletins, the schools' Facebook pages. Those are where we would go to find any available jobs in the teaching profession, but there's not a specific or a site dedicated, a portal dedicated to only available positions within the teaching profession. I think that is something that we as a country would have to work towards, because it is important, especially these schools who find difficulty finding teachers. I think if they have these things put out and persons can go and find them, then maybe that might help them to be able to attract teachers faster. And as I listened to Ms. Chun earlier regarding the salary, the per hour salary, we are nowhere near that. And so that is also an issue for us at home, especially attracting male to the teaching profession, because we know that males they want to be the breadwinner and they want to be the person earning sufficient money to be able to take care of a family. And teaching does not provide that for them. We as females aren't satisfied. So imagine, the male. So that is another issue that people have to consider as well. It is a rewarding career. It is one that you will not feel the same way in any other career that you choose. At the end of the day, I'm also an infant teacher, a young teacher for these years. When you have a child come to you, not knowing how to write his or her name, not knowing the alphabet, and at the end of the year, that child can write a note to you to say, thank you, teacher. I love you, miss. I will miss you. I hope to see you again next year. Those are the things that make us enjoy what we do. So, while I may be able to bake cookies or I may be able to be an engineer, I don't believe that the satisfaction that we get from those jobs would be as concrete as what we get as teachers. We get a chance to mold persons to become leaders in society, and we have an impact and effect on all other professions. And so I think if we were to have that portal, then we would be able to maybe attract more persons to the profession and maybe even better qualified persons to the profession.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, I would like to ask Mrs. Smith or also Ms. Chun. Ms. Chun, your degree is in education, leadership, and management. And I believe Mrs. Smith has an active role in such type of leadership and management, not only in the education system, but for the teachers themselves. Can you go ahead and share a little bit about what it is or that you are studying, your field, and what importance it has for Belize? And also Mrs. Smith, how important is it for teachers not only to be educated or specifying and focusing in a certain subject area, but also the management part of education?
So my degree is in education, leadership, and management development. And a lot of the courses that we take are focused mainly on the leadership and management part. And within leadership, we're looking mostly at like school leadership. So principal roles are head teacher roles, vice principal roles. But it's not solely focused on that. While that is the main study area, it's also focused on curriculum development, policy making, international education, and how we can incorporate these different international subjects into our curriculums back at home. And so that's currently what that is more or less what my education degree entailed. And we also take a lot of different courses, such as like psychology courses, we take counseling courses, and let me see, we take a lot on international education courses and policy and development. We also have the opportunity here to get an internship opportunity where you get to be positioned at a school and you can either like shadow the principal or actually work along with the principals and their vice principals. In Taiwan, distributed leadership is one of the more used leadership styles amongst the principals and their teachers, and I've seen how unique and different it makes the entire working experience, the entire working atmosphere as compared to Belize.
In terms of leadership and management, teachers are naturally leaders. And just by profession, we are managers because, we have to manage a class of 30 students, 25 students, depending on what level you are. So you have to be able to know how to manage your classroom. So when you do your training, you get, you take these classroom management classes, these courses that you have to know as a teacher. But we have seen here in Belize now where a lot of our teachers are now taking the certificate in leadership course, and several of them are doing a master's in leadership. Because for you to become an administrator, either a vice principal or a principal, you must have leadership. And so teachers are anticipating, I suppose, they anticipate becoming an administrator sometime down the future. And so from now, they begin to take these courses. But apart from just having a certificate, because we all know that having a degree does not make us, does not always mean that we will be able to practice what we've learned. There are persons who are book smart, they have a degree, and like we said in Belize, you have a degree but no temperature. Simply means that you have a degree but you do not know how to execute what it is that you've learned. You cannot pass on what you've learned to your students. So it's not just about having a degree, but it's about being able to find the time to do other courses, do workshops, do CPD hours, search some online workshops and do those to be able to build on those skills that you have. Because for us at home, our teachers must have 120 CPD hours within a 5-year period for them to maintain their license. So within that 5 year, you must be doing training, and your school and your management must provide these trainings for you as well as the ministry. And at your school level, it should be based on the needs of the school. Aside from just leadership, though, I think leadership comes in different forms and in different ways. So it doesn't necessarily mean doing a certificate in leadership to become an administrator, but you can also demonstrate leadership by doing other courses. For example, I did pastoral counseling. As teachers, we are counselors, we are psychiatrists, psychologists, we are all sorts of things in one. And so it helps us to be better able to meet our students' needs if we are able to branch out into these other fields and do these other things. So leadership is important. Being able to manage is important because you have to manage your time, your resources, your classroom, so an array of things that you have to manage. But in addition to getting those skills, it's important that we get these other skills that will complement us being managers in the classroom and us being leaders at our institution.
Reference the previous question, how to get employed. I got employed when I typed in full caps, TFETP. So I was hired directly through the government system, through the Ministry of Education in Taiwan. But there are other agencies that also employ foreign English teachers. And the one that I am most familiar with is Teach Taiwan. There's a different one that's called PD. They also are an agency that hire foreign English teachers. And the reference qualifications, if you have a degree in a subject other than teaching, as Mrs. Smith said, you could always take the programs at UB. It's, I think, between 42 and 45 credit hours. So depending on your schedule, you could take 1 year to get your CPED, your certificate in primary education, or your DipEd, your diploma in secondary education, in order to prepare to teach in Belize or in Taiwan. Teaching in Taiwan, you need a license, as was mentioned before, and your license can be a provisional license. It doesn't have to be the full license, but you do have to work towards upgrading and maintaining your license to continue teaching in Taiwan, especially if you are under the Ministry of Education program, either, whether it is directly through them or through the hiring agencies. Oh, and one last thing, depending on the school where you are teaching, the management, the counseling, and even classroom management will be different, because the difference between teaching in Taiwan and teaching in Belize is that in Belize, you enter the classroom and you are the teacher. In Taiwan, you enter the classroom and you are the foreign English teacher. And then there is the local Taiwanese teacher who deals with other issues that you would be dealing with if you were alone in the classroom, such as classroom management and translations.
Okay, thank you very much. We move over to a question from one of our audience members, Ms. Kenya Collard, and I will gear this to Ms. Ball or anyone else who's here in Taiwan teaching, or also Mrs. Smith if you have insight as well. Why are our highly qualified teachers, especially those with leadership degrees, hesitant to return home? What are your thoughts on that?
Oh, this is a very interesting question. I believe that sometimes, we leave Belize with the idea of going back to Belize, but you realize that you can do more for yourself and maybe even for your country being outside of Belize because you have access to more opportunities. So for example, for me, being in Taiwan, I am able to teach and to work on a business focus on helping to develop small businesses in Belize. And I have come across a lot of teachers and people who are working in Taiwan who have expressed that the opportunities that they have available here in Taiwan or in other countries around the world allow them to pursue higher endeavors for their lives. So whatever it is that they envision their life to be, it seems to be more accessible. I know that going back to Belize is something that is very important, is valued, and it's something that we need. But if you are able to contribute towards growing, and contributing towards Belize, just like all the organizers of the forum did, right? They see that maybe they're not located in Belize, but they can contribute in some way. And being abroad gives you access to more, you see more, you learn more, your horizons are open, and you see opportunities where while just being in Belize, it's a little bit more difficult for you to be able to see that. So I guess right now we're more trying to find that balance of how do we pursue the things that we want while still giving back and trying to uplift other people who are in Belize and helping them to open up their eyes and to see the opportunities that are available and make these opportunities available to people at home as well.
For me, I think studying in Taiwan and working in Taiwan, especially teaching English in Taiwan, is very financially beneficial, I guess. Like I mentioned, you can get paid anywhere between 40 to 60 Belize dollars an hour. And so when you go back, or when you have the opportunity to study and to work as well. For me, I find going back to Belize a little bit scary because here in Taiwan, even if you're not fully experienced or you don't really have much of an idea of teaching, you do have the opportunity to go into the classroom and teach, and you're able to gain these experiences. And it's just really different when you have like the convenience here in Taiwan. The pain of the English teaching is so I think that's like the driving force of the reason why we keep teaching English here in Taiwan. For me, within my 5 years here, I've met maybe 1 or 2 Belizean who studies in my university, and they gained their master's degree in educational leadership and management. And none of who I've met have been able to properly secure a leadership role in Belize since returning. They're all still either primary school teachers or secondary school teachers. And some of them who have returned maybe 4 years now and have been applying for like principal positions still have the difficulty of actually getting a job back in Belize. So I find it kind of scary to just go back and teach chemistry at the high school level, especially when my pay is being doubled here in Taiwan to teach English, even though English is not my area of study. my area of expertise. Yeah.
Question is
while the pay is excellent, sorry, I just want to give a word of advice that you need to plan financially for the length of your career or work life, because the pay is good, but because we are foreign English teachers here, our contract is for 11 months, and so you do not have the opportunity to earn towards a pension or a gratuity. So if you know you are the type of person that cannot save and keep that money for your old days, then you might want to plan to stay in Taiwan or any other foreign country to gain the experience, so that when you go back home, you have experience, because employers want experienced employees. And also, you may want to go back home to contribute to Belize and personally to build your years of service so that you can get your gratuity and your pension. So there is a balance that each individual will need to find depending on their personal traits and whether or not they want to stay in the teaching profession or go into the profession that they were trained for.
I think in terms of persons who go and study abroad and not returning home, I think you, Ms. Chun and Ms. Aragon, have covered those basic reasons: salary and opportunities. Because I'm listening to you and I'm thinking to myself, why didn't I just type in those letters that Ms. Aragon typed in, and I would have been over there along with her, making that money that you all are making. But we have, because we have the church-state system, even when we don't want to admit it, a lot of our administrators are selected not because of qualification, but at times because of connections and persons who may, be strong churchgoers. And so they may not necessarily have the skills for the position, but they go to church every Sunday. And so, they're familiar with the pastor or the family, they always donate. And so those are the persons who are sometimes given these positions. And we can't run away from the reality. As much as we may not want to say these things, those are the realities. And so if I have trained myself, if I have spent money to upgrade myself, and I come back home and my salary is I'm not going to see any difference in my salary. It's not going to be able to cover my loan, but I can get double, triple what I can get at home somewhere else. Then persons, especially young persons, are looking at paying off their student loans or trying to go further in their studies. And if they can make more money elsewhere, then they will do that for the short term, I believe, for them to be able to put themselves at the place where they want to be. So we have to pay attention to how we value our teachers and how we value the way in which we select our administrators. If it is that we want to put a hat on our brain drain, then we have to provide the spaces and the salaries and the opportunities for those persons to want to come back home. I could have stayed back in Massachusetts and teach there as well. I was being offered a position there. I was offered one in Trinidad recently. But I felt that, everybody, are going, the younger ones particularly, and then what will happen to our system. But as a country, as a ministry, as a government, we have to seriously look at those areas and see what it is that we can do to assist those teachers or those persons who go and study and to come back home and remain, want to come back home and contribute to society. Because while I stay abroad, I can be, yes, I'm saving monies. I may be thinking of contributing back home, but am I really doing that in a way that is being impactful or as impactful as it would be if I were home? So we have to look at those things as well. And I just wanted to add earlier to what Mr. Aragon had said, that persons who don't have a degree in education, you can also be a teacher you can get a license to teach, a provisional license to teach. And as you move forward, as she said about the dip ed and the cert ed, you can get these certificates either in primary or secondary. If you don't have a teaching degree or an education degree, you can get those and you can remain in the profession. And as you do that, then you change from a provisional license to a full license. So not having an education degree does not prevent you from becoming a teacher in Belize.
Okay, thank you very much. I believe we have about 5 minutes left for this segment, and we have quite a few questions from our audience. So if we're not able to answer all of them, we will answer them through the Belize Taiwan Association page after. So please remember to check to have your responses there. But we have a question from our location in Kunshan University, and it says, based on the pay rate, do students here in Taiwan, do students work as many hours as they can? So we have mentioned that the pay here in Taiwan as an foreign teacher, as an English teacher, is pretty good. Now, does that mean that I can work as much as I want, or is there any regulations as to how many hours I can work, and how does that work?
So there is no cap on the number of hours you can work teaching English, but do bear in mind that when you are teaching, you are interacting a lot with students, you're giving a lot from yourself. So after about 30 something hours, your body tends to start getting tired and you're not as productive as you can be. So you also need to keep in mind the schedule that you have at school. So if you're a student, you have to find hours that work around your schedule, and this kind of limits you to the number of hours you can teach.
Students are actually allowed to work only up to 20 hours legally in Taiwan, but outside of but with that student teaching permit, you also have the opportunity to work summer camps or winter camps, which are very how do you say it? You can make a couple thousand in a month, in a week or two, I guess. And I think that's something that a lot of students do. Like for the summer camps, we go, and there's a lot of summer camp opportunities. Like for example, in 2 weeks' time, I'll be going to Taipei, and I have the opportunity to teach from 9 o'clock to 4 o'clock every day, 9 to 12, 1 to 4. And it's for 3 weeks, and they pay around 18,000 a week, which is over 1,000 Belize, like 1,200 Belize dollars for the week. So students are actually allowed to work more than their 20 hours limit a week. Yeah, but only during the summer vacations and the winter vacations. During normal time, you're only allowed to work up to 20 hours.
Thank you. I would now like to ask Ms. Aragon, how does Belize benefit and receive a return on its investment by having Belizeans working in Taiwan? You mentioned that you served our country and worked there, and after retiring came here to Taiwan. What do you think about coming here, and how does that benefit Belize?
Let me start off first by saying that whenever a Belizean goes into the classroom to teach, it is Belize going into the classroom to teach. So we have an opportunity to represent not ourselves, but our country. And this was quite a shock to me because I thought I was coming to teach English in Taiwan. And the interest from the students and from the staff at the school where I am is in learning, not English, but learning about Belize itself and how are the people and what is the country like and how do we think. So be prepared to come to a foreign country and represent Belize. So how you be with so many different backgrounds, we can all get along together. And when you go back home, working in this environment is really very different from working in the classroom in Belize. And so the experience that you will get with working with the students here and with the co-workers here is going to benefit you when you get back to Belize and you are in the classroom working with the staff at a school in Belize City or in one of the towns. And when you are teaching, you will have picked up on different methods, hands-on techniques that you can use in the classroom that no textbook will have taught you. So it will benefit Belize to have students who have been in Taiwan, had some teaching experience, and they go back into the workforce. If you do not go back into the classroom, the teaching experience here will help you because the job you have might bring you into contact with other colleagues, and you will be able to talk about different things. So you will bring a different perspective to a conversation or to a discussion, both socially and professionally. So those are two benefits right off the top that I can see for someone going back to Belize after having taught in Taiwan.
Okay, thank you very much. And for our last question to Mrs. Smith, to be a teacher in a specialized field in Belize, what are the requirements, and is there a need for an educational degree or background or some type of license? For example, if I am studying engineering and I am not well versed in education per se, how do I get into maybe becoming a teacher in that position? Do I need to also have some educational background, or how does that transition happen?
Yes, thank you. You will have to have that education background. As we said earlier, you can get a provisional license at the start, and you can, teach with that non-educational background. But within a 5-year period, you must be able to complete your training in an education area. So you have a 5-year period to be able to do that. So engineering, yes, you can teach either at the university level. Maybe you may have a desire to go at the sixth form level. You can do that as well. High school as well, because I think with engineering, there are several things that you can do. You could, off my head, I'm thinking maybe math. Some science areas you may be able to teach as well. So it would not necessarily have to be specifically that area of focus, but there may be other areas that you can teach with the background that you have. And so once you choose that career, then you can be able to get to your licensing, your full licensing within a 5-year period.
Okay, thank you very much. And with that, we're going to end today's education segment. Thank you very much to our panelists, and a reminder to our viewers that Belize has availability for secondary, especially a shortage in science, chemistry, physics, math, and English teachers. So if you are interested, please make sure to give back to our country and develop our education system. And if you are looking to teach here in Taiwan and you would like to teach at a primary or secondary school, UB offers the CPED or DIPED certifications that you can take to be a teacher in Belize or in Taiwan. And with that, we're going to end this segment. I'd like to thank the panelists once again. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much, Mrs. Smith, for joining us all the way from Jamaica. And thank you, Mr. Matus, for joining from Singapore and giving us the last question. And for the viewers that we were not able to answer your questions, please remember to visit the Belize Taiwan Association page later on for your responses. And now I'll give the time to Mrs. Estefan, who will be introducing our next panel.
Thank you so much, Amador. So now I have the pleasure of introducing the next panel, which is the engineering segment. The moderator for this segment is Mr. Adriel Mo. He's one of the organizers as a part of the steering committee, and he's there in Tainan with some beautiful delegates on screen. Adriel hails from Southside Belize City, but has his deep family roots in Yo Creek Village, Orange Walk. He holds a master's degree in mechanical engineering and is currently a PhD candidate for a doctorate in mechatronics engineering. He served as a South Committee member for the BTA, and he is currently the Vice President of the South. His goal in life is the full modernization of Belize. Mr. Mo, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the introduction. And good morning and good afternoon, good evening to those in Belize. Again, I am Adriel Mo. I will be the moderator for this engineering panel. And we have three speakers here. We have Mr. Bernabe Matus, Mrs. Lisha Sosa Misco, and Mr. Jason Parra. We will allow them a couple minutes for them to introduce themselves, and then we will go on to the questions segment. So let's start off with Mr. Bernabe Matus. Could you stop?
Oh, hello everyone. Can you guys see me? Yeah. Oh, okay. Hello everyone. My name is Bernabe Matus. I am from Belize. I have been in Taiwan for a very long time, and I have a master's degree in mechanical automation engineering from National Taipei Tech. I also have a bachelor's from Kunshan University in mechanical and a minor in environmental engineering. So hi everyone at Kunshan, been a while. And currently I'm a global installation engineer. So that's it for me, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Matus. So let's now have Mrs. Lisha Mixco, a civil and structural engineer, VP Associate of Professional Engineers of Belize. You have the floor.
Okay, good morning and good night, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be with you today at this virtual career forum to share my experience as a civil engineer. I'm Lisha Sosa Mixco, born and raised in the beautiful city of Belize. And from high school, I was fascinated with math and physics, and that propelled my career towards civil engineering. I did sixth form in Belize and continued to pursue excellence at Gonzaga University in the US after being awarded a Jesuit scholarship. And my time at Gonzaga was not only academically enriching, but also culturally transformative. Armed with that solid educational foundation, I ventured into the professional realm, working for 2 years in Texas, collaborating with very talented engineers and architects who I still keep in touch with today. And though that work was satisfying, I had a thirst for personal growth and continuing my academic career. And so I pursued the ICDF scholarship, and Tainan NCKU became my next academic home for the following 2 years. And that experience was nothing short of amazing, intellectually stimulating and culturally enriching. All these experiences have not only shaped me as a civil engineer, but have also broadened my perspective on the interconnectedness of people and culture. Today, I still have an unwavering passion for engineering and a deep appreciation for the power of education. So I'm excited to engage in discussions today, share insights, and connect with you all through this forum.
Thank you for that introduction, Mr. Mixco. So now we have Mr. Jason Parra, a fellow friend of mine, actually. He is a graduate from Kunshan University and then Lincoln University. So now let's have Mr. Jason Parra introduce himself. Where's the speaker?
Can you guys hear me? All right, so my name is Jason Parham, and I'm actually from the Toledo district of Belize, representing the southern region. And I came to Taiwan on the ICDF scholarship, Kunshan University as well, mechanical engineering with a minor in electrical. And like Miss Lisha Sosa, I also went to NCKU. We're, schoolmates. and I did my energy engineering degree there, master's degree there, and currently I'm working at Trump, Taiwan. Now this Trump, I know that you guys saw Trump, is not the American president, so please don't get that wrong. I don't want to explain myself.
With an F.
Yes, so with an F. And this company actually produces the laser that actually makes EUV. I don't know if you guys know about EUV, but it's the new technology. So if you have any smartphone that is the latest, that's basically what is being used. So that's what I'm currently in right now. I'm a technical trainer there. It's an EUV technical trainer. And it's the best of both worlds for me because like I get to be a teacher and an engineer at the same time. So basically, if you guys don't like being in the fab being the places where you actually make the chips, for example, like in Samsung, TSMC, Intel, and so forth, those are the fabs. But we are the training center. We train people how to actually use a machine. So if anyone is interested in being a trainer, which is for me a better job, engineering is also fine as well. But you know, knowing the science behind something works is much more interesting to me, I guess. But yeah, that's basically what I'm currently doing right now, and I hope that maybe I can share some insights and what you should expect about working in Taiwan. Yeah.
Thank you for that introduction, Mr. Jason Parham. So now let's start off with the questions, the interesting part of today's session. So I want to start off with Mrs. Laisha. You said your information says that you're a VP Associate of Professional Engineers of Belize. I'm assuming APEB for short. What is APEB exactly? Can you explain to the viewers who are unfamiliar with the acronym?
Happily. APEB, APEB, is the acronym for the Association of Professional Engineers of Belize. So APEB exists to govern the engineering profession so that the people of Belize are served by engineers who meet high standards of education, competence, and professional conduct. So many moons ago in 2001, the Professional Engineers Registration Act was enacted into law, which made APEB a self-regulating body. So that means that this is the body that the government has delegated and has relinquished certain regulatory duties, judicial functions, et cetera, et cetera. So very important for all engineers to be familiar with APEB.
Well, thank you for that introduction. So I myself will be I'm an engineer. I have my master's degree in mechanical engineering. Well, I believe that qualifies me as an engineer, unless any specific title. Also, my friend here, Mr. Parham. So what is it? How do I get to sign in? How do I sign up to be a member of the association?
Okay, good question. So signing up is equivalent to registering. And that would have legal implications, right? Because the way our law has been written, it says that no person shall hold himself or herself out to be a professional engineer in Belize unless registered under this act. That's a bold statement. So the criteria that we have to register can be found on our website. It's apebbelize.org. We just freshened up that website, gave it a facelift, so the information is easy to find. It's an application form, and the criteria is apart from going through a 4-year accredited university in engineering, you must have 4 years relevant working experience that can be vetted by either 2 members that are registered and in good standing, or foreign professionals that can vouch for your experience. And there's a couple other things there like fees, etc., that you can find online. But you're on the first step, getting education, getting that degree, and your work experience will follow, which will then you'll be perfectly able to qualify to be registered with APEB.
On that question on registering, if I can register without experience. If I do register with experience, if I do end up being a member, what benefits do I get with being a member of the APEB?
So I'll start with, professional recognition. APEB is the recognized regulatory body for professional engineers in Belize. So you gain official recognition as a qualified and competent engineer, which gives you credibility and reputation within the industry. I'd also say compliance with legal requirements. If you come to Belize, you want to have your business, you want to stamp drawings, you cannot get a stamp, you won't get a seal unless the association issues it to you, a certificate saying that you are an engineer and gives you the professional designation of P.EEng. Behind your name. That is only gained if you are a member with APEB. So the list of benefits can go on. You're part of an association that promotes and upholds a code of ethics, so that demonstrates your commitment also to ethical conduct, integrity, and professionalism in your practice. Networking is a benefit. So you'll be invited to any networking events that we have, special meetings, annual general meetings. You'll be a part of the conversation for issues that are pertinent in Belize. Members also seek sometimes advocacy and representation, so that is a benefit with an association like ours. And other professional opportunities too. We try to help in putting out job listings and also jobs going out for bids. You guys, being our members, would have access to that information through our forum as well. So there are plenty of benefits. And again, I'd recommend checking out our website, apebbelize.org, to look at the full scope of things.
Thank you. So one question that we want to ask, since we have you on the floor, which will be a follow-up question to Mr. Matus and Mr. Parham, is a question I think everybody has on their mind is salary, especially particularly those who would study outside of Belize to get a degree, or even those who are in Belize. Where do they want to get a starting career? In Belize, or do they prefer going outside? So one question we ask is, what, from your experience, what is the appropriate pay scale for a master's, a bachelor's, or a PhD?
That is a loaded question. It is not a direct answer. It really depends on an array of things, primarily the job. What are you applying for? Construction industry today, post-COVID, is experiencing a boom. There is a demand. So you could negotiate accordingly. Again, that depends on the market. Is it saturated right now? Are there several persons out there that can do that job? It depends on how you can kind of negotiate that salary. So it's not so clear cut.
Yeah.
I will say, though, that the government does have a pay scale that they use. It's slightly confusing. I think that's intentional, but they do within their system have limits to someone with a bachelor's versus someone with a master's versus someone with a PhD, and that's in the public sector government that uses that pay scale.
Okay. Thank you. Thank for that and what you just said about the pay scale and the government, especially with the degree level. One question I want to ask as well with that, and being a member of the association, if your degree is not from Belize, is there any other restriction or any other extra step you have to do?
Yes, I'm very glad you asked that question. For students getting their diplomas from Taiwan, it must be authenticated. So translated into English, step 1. Step 2, take it to the embassy there in Taiwan. It will give that. And then once you return back to Belize, that then goes to the ministry. You take it to the Ministry of Education. They give it an additional stamp and seal, and then you're good. And you can submit that to the association when you're ready.
Sorry, but can we just have that one more time?
The diploma, the degree must be authenticated. So it would first be translated into English. Then you take it to the embassy in Taiwan, the Belizean embassy in Taiwan. There's a process first in your own school. When that gets translated into English, there's a process. That gets then taken to the embassy. They put a seal on it. They sign off on it. And then when you come back to Belize, you take that degree to the Ministry of Education for a further step. And they also put a seal and a stamp, and I believe they sign off on it as well.
Okay. Now, this question I want to ask again to Mr. Lecter. Sorry for bombarding you with these questions.
No worries, that's why I'm here.
Not doing one-on-one. Can you recall in your studies the ratio of men to women while you were studying engineering, and compare them to now your members in APEB? Do you see there's like a difference or a difference you did not expect to be? For example, if in school there were more men, but maybe it was just your region and then overall it balanced out, what ratio do you see there is?
When I was in Gonzaga University, I think the ratio was about 30% female to male. In Taiwan, perhaps a little less. And in the association, there's 168 registered members, 14 of which are female. So if I do a quick math, that's 8%. 8% women in Belize right now, engineering, of all registered. So that could improve.
Yes, that's like there's a question because, like, for example, when I did mathematics, the percentage sometimes always fluctuate. We would have like one semester have what you can count at least one female, 1 to 2 female in a class of 7. There's a small class, and sometimes it will be like 3 to 4. It does fluctuate, but most of the time, some semesters is more female than males. So that's why I asked that question. Okay, so we move on to now Mr. Matus. I would like to ask, what is the work culture like in Taiwan opposed to your experience in Belize?
Hi. Before answering your question, adding to the salary range that you guys want, I think it depends. That's the rate. There are a lot of factors that contribute to that. The size of the company, the industry the company is in. So if you go to the 104 website, which is, I call it LinkedIn of Taiwan, you will get a salary range. Mostly I say a bachelor's and a master's will get you a starting salary of 40,000 NTs. But that does not mean you will get 40,000 NTs. You might get less or more depending on your negotiation skills with the corresponding hiring manager. So that depends a lot on you as well, what you have to bring to the company. Okay, now to your question about the culture. Maybe. It's a fast-paced culture. You're expected to learn really fast. So please be on your best. You learn, you move. In terms of confrontation, it is very subtle. So you have to take different steps to approach the solutions to a problem. You need different steps to do that. But other than that, it's a hard-working culture. So be prepared to work, either field you are. Sometimes you do your overtime, sometimes you don't. Sometimes there's lots of work, sometimes there isn't. I think it's the same everywhere. It just depends how lucky you are with the person that you're going to work with. So that, for me, that will be the work culture.
Thank you. Can you share any advice on networking and building professional connections within the field in Belize and Taiwan that can be used back home?
Honestly, I've never tried looking for an engineering job in Belize, so I'll put that there. Here in Taiwan, I would say talk to all your classmates, especially your professors. Your professors have access to a lot of resources. They know people they can get you connected with. And once you're in the industry, please go ahead and connect with other people in different companies. You never know what's going to happen. And you can talk to them. How's the business? What's the trend? So it all happens over dinner, over lunch, when you're on your break, over a cup of tea. So to me, it's just mostly talking to them, be very much approaching them. So if you're starting in this industry, I would strongly suggest you talk to your professors. They are your first key to the industry.
You mentioned 104, the LinkedIn of Taiwan. Can I ask, is that how you got your job?
Yes. LinkedIn for me proved not productive. To say it didn't work for me. On the other hand, if you want to stay here in Taiwan, 104 is the way to go, in my opinion. That's my experience. I got many offers to be an engineer through the 104 platform. So I would recommend anyone that wants to stay here to use the 104 or apply directly to the company websites. It's much forward. Or if you have someone inside, ask them for a recommendation. It's very important. That one, I would say, it gets the process done a bit much faster if you know someone already in the industry, because a lot of companies have referral programs or programs that they're looking for other people.
Thank you for that. Yes, it depends on I believe it depends on your position. It could be you could get your job on LinkedIn, or you could do your job from 104. It just depends on what is available at the time. Can I ask why? It will be like a personal question, but for our audience, why did you choose your career path? If I may ask, was it passion, position, experience, or wealth? And when I mention wealth, you can say, either emotional wealth, it satisfies you, or financial wealth.
Oh, okay. I'll say yes to all of that. Let's start. Why did I choose mechanical engineering? I think it chose me. I didn't choose it, actually. I started studying IT. I started studying IT, got into the hardware programming, but then afterwards, that career path wasn't for me. I burnt out of that.
Now we're curious to know a question from the live audience, and maybe Mr. Parham can answer this. What is the day-to-day activities that you do in your role? What is it like? Do you go to a certain site every day? Do you have to put on your equipment? What is it like?
Working in the semiconductor industry, I think Bernie also has a similar experience, but from my experience is as a trainer, you get to have the experience of an engineer in the fab. Actually, I think Bernie also did as well, went into the fab as well. You have to actually follow a bunch of procedures. So do you guys remember the days that you actually had to do procedures, or you do an experiment and you have to follow procedures? It's the same thing. So don't think that your teacher was just forcing you to follow a procedure and you're there writing it past. And it's like, no, you literally have to, and these procedures are like pages and pages. And so as a trainer, I have to ensure that my trainees, they do this procedure and know how to put on the gown. And you have to follow safety rules. And it's very, a little bit stressful in the end, but safety is a priority there. So even though, yes, you have a lot of procedures, I would still recommend that, you know, you put some effort into it because it's not only your safety, but safety for others. Yeah, I think that's about that. It really takes a lot, you know, procedures. Just follow your procedures and you'll be safe. Because like if you do something other than the procedure, then you're going to be in trouble, and then you have to try to like lobby yourself or get yourself out of that situation because you did not follow procedures. So the main thing about this industry entirely is just follow your procedures, and you should be safe in all aspects actually. So if you're finding a hard time following procedures in your high school and your physics class and your chemistry, you're gonna have a much more difficult time in this industry, primarily the semiconductor. And I think other industries also have the same kind of procedure that they need to follow. But when it comes to semiconductor, it will protect you from not only financial stress, but like emotional, everything as well, as long as you follow it properly.
And on that note, this question is for the floor. Any of the panelists can answer. Have you ever encountered a situation where the procedures were not followed and you did have to try to get yourself out of that situation? Maybe give us like a real life example. How did you do damage control, or how did you manage that situation?
Hi, hello, I'm back. Can you guys hear me? Yeah. Okay. In terms of damage control, companies such as the one I work at have strict procedures as to what to do. So what you need to do is stick to the procedure. Do not deviate from the procedure that has been given to you, because that adds an extra layer of problems to you and the company and everyone involved within that accident that happened or the issue that's unfolding. So stick to the procedure. Do not deviate from the procedure. It is very important. So stick to that one. One more thing also, it's very important that you remember the semiconductor industry is a very dangerous industry. So those procedures are set there to protect you, especially from any injury. So at the end of the day, what you want to do is go back home safely to your family or your friends. So stick to the procedure.
So just to like reiterate on what Bernie had said, stick to the procedure, do not deviate. He's 100% correct when it comes to the semiconductor industry. Now, not only will it cause harm to you, but also to the machine. Like there were some instances where it was being like, you know, cross-trained to become a trainer. And I did observe like some people doing something other than the procedure, and they actually caused a lot of damage to the machine itself. Now, those machines are not, you cannot just go to a grocery store and just pick it up. No, these machines are multi-million-dollar machines. So you have to follow the procedures to care for the machine and also for yourself as well. Okay, so again, as I said, with the new technology being the EUV, it is getting more dynamic and complex and more expensive, and you have to take extra care for the machine as well as yourself. So don't deviate, as Bernie had said, do not deviate from procedures. They are there to save you and the machine itself as well. Okay?
Thank you for those great answers. So we will try to stick to procedure and move on again to the live questions. So one of the live questions that we have for Mrs. Lisha Sosa Misco is if you can share a bit of what's the situation on the job market for engineering in Belize? Which engineering field is most needed?
Okay. Well, like I said, the post-COVID, we're experiencing a boom in construction. I actually have a couple projects here to share that are ongoing. A lot of roads, a lot of highways that's upcoming and ongoing. So ongoing, we got the Caracal Road, the Sartaneja Road, the Hallover Bridge is being done, and a lot of resorts and condos going up on the islands and the mainland. Placencia is booming. In the pipeline, we have projects coming out. There's a hospital that's going to be built in San Pedro, Belmopan, a forensic lab. The landfill is getting a facelift. The George Price Highway is out for bid. The Swing Bridge and the Belcan Bridge are to be renovated. Banana Bank roads, rural roads, and schools that are being built, and 2 ports. So there are jobs for civils, mechanicals, electricals. That is the demand right now.
And for somebody like our moderator, Mr. Adriel Mo, he's pursuing his PhD in mechatronics engineering. Do you think that there is somewhere in Belize where his expertise can be integrated?
Mechatronics. Googling it.
It's a combination of mechanical engineering and electrical engineering. So kind of like I would say a little bit of robotics, a little bit of electrical engineering. It's more the machines and programming, and just the base. To have a better idea, think of it like robotics. So machine programming and mechanical engineering combined.
I'll have to think about it and ask around. But if you're interested, like link me up and we'll talk, because then I can talk to others and see what's happening or what are the industries, So. But I'm sure. Do you want to come back to Belize? Is that your plan, or are you planning on working in Taiwan first?
The question is directed to me, I guess. I should answer. One of the panelists now, I guess. My dream, yes. I like my introduction had said that the wonderful Miss Laila said about me. I hold Belize dear and close to my heart. So when I finish my degree, my goal is to go back, unless I would get a job, let's say maybe have a work 1 year at least. But my ultimate goal is to go back home and build. You would say, as many are saying, build Belize. I do want to go into the field and also work in the field, or also be an entrepreneur and open and own my own company. A tech company is what I have in mind. So which is why I have mechanical engineering. That's why I went into mechatronics. Now, to have that tech idea in mind. So my ultimate goal is to go back to Belize. I do not want to work, you would say, anywhere else or live anywhere else other than Belize. That's my personal goal.
Okay, well, where there is a will, there is a way, and getting that experience, getting your foot in the door. When we come back, I would always advise you can be picky, not too picky. The experience, when you have none, go for it. If the salary is not where you want it to be, it will be one day. You will make it happen. Once you just get some experience, know what you like, move from here, move from there. Put out your name in the field, build your reputation, and for sure, Belize has a lot of potential, endless possibilities, and you will own your company one day, and you'll be making jobs for other engineers that go get their degrees in mechatronics. You'll be the first registered professional engineer in that discipline.
Really, don't tell me, like being the first. Thank you. Well, good thing you mentioned salary. I have a question for Mr. Paharam. Was that the reason you picked your job?
When it comes to salary, not necessarily, but I chose it mainly because, as Bernie had said before, it's really hard to find jobs on LinkedIn and so forth. But my job is mainly because of experience, because whatever job it is, they're looking for experience. So I found it, this job found me actually, and I was looking to as well. We found it's a soulmate kind of thing. So I found it and I agreed to it because I wanted the experience, not because of salary. I mean, I heard the salary and you're in the semiconductor industry, and yes, it's it's okay and everything, but for me, it's just building on my experience, professional engineering experience, so that I can actually find something in the future that I can actually do that I love in terms of, well, I do love what I do right now. Like the job that I do is very great, but it's just counting towards the experience that I need for the future. Wherever it is in this world, like the experience is your new currency if you're in the workforce. But if you're studying and you want to do research, then you don't necessarily. I mean, that's where the experience comes in. But getting a job is really hard these days. Getting a career is also harder. But just sticking through it and getting the experience and forgetting about the money would be the way to. Well, in my opinion, my way to go, because like when you have more experience, you can also lobby, or you could also negotiate with other employers in the future on how to get increments in your pay. So you don't have to worry about the money now. Worry about getting a job first that can give you the experience, and then you can discuss your pay later. I mean, what kind of person are you if you don't have the experience? You need experience, then you can make yourself worthy. So my main insight on this, like, build yourself. Put yourself in the field, try to get experience as much as possible so that you can reap the benefit of it, which is like getting money in the future, if that's what you want. So if you're thinking about the money, you will never get the money. Think about the experience. Eventually money will come, So it's not mainly money, but experience.
Okay, we have a question from the audience. Sorry, Mr. Bernie, go.
Adding to Jason's answer, yes, it's very important for you to have skills, and if getting a job is the way to get your skills, but also in the university, try to hone some of the skills at the university level. Get involved into the lab projects or anything that's out there. Building 3D printers, knowing how to operate a CNC. Those things give you skills that are considered hard skills. These skills not everyone has. So try to be involved in the university, building stuff, doing stuff, be very hands-on, because those skills translate directly back into the industry. Yeah, and just get the basics. Additional to that, all the companies will give you the required training that you need to perform your job. So I would say don't worry too much, but also gain the basic skills that you need. Adding to Jason's, these things that you do at these companies are not things that you will have readily access to. So you cannot go to 7-Eleven and purchase one of those machines, right? So those are specialized trainings you get from the company. So those skills come along with their job as well. So get your skills. Also, adding to the first question before I got cut off, why did I choose mechanical engineering? Well, it's because it's a field that it's very diverse. You can go anywhere with the mechanical engineering field. And there's one thing that actually two professors actually told me, and I always hold them to that, is try to color your resume. Don't just do one thing, because you never know when that one thing will be replaced by something automated. And then you'll have to learn another skill, which at that point might be too late, or you don't have the finances to carry it out. So I would say try to diversify yourself. It's very important. Diversify yourself. One day you're here, one day you're there. Try to learn different skills in different fields. It will benefit you a lot.
Okay, thank you for that. Also, so while we're talking about the fields that you're working in, you're working in Taiwan, if I'm not mistaken, and also with Mr. Parham. For Mr. Parham, what did you have to do for you to work as an engineer, or even work in Taiwan?
Well, being a graduate from a Taiwan university is easier for you to get access to a company inside Taiwan. So we don't have to go through the process of joining a committee or an organization in Belize, like that of what Ms. Lisa is saying. So I think in Belize it's different, but here, once you're from a Taiwan university, it's fine. they're going to regard that as something viable for you to use to get your job here. But if you go somewhere else, I think you'll need to get your stuff authenticated. So thank you very much, Ms. Visha, for reminding me so that I can actually go and get my stuff authenticated, because if I do leave, I don't want to have to end up in a situation of where, oh, you're from what university is that? It's not authenticated. So please, if you come to Taiwan, or if you want to leave Taiwan and use your degree, get it authenticated and you should be safe. But if you're within Taiwan, then it should be okay. You don't need to get it authenticated. You just give them the Chinese copy and they should be able to know what to do with it.
Yes, that is true. You just get your stuff authenticated. I haven't done mine because I don't need it. I haven't seen the use of it yet. I don't plan to leave Taiwan anytime soon, but yes, get your stuff authenticated as soon as possible. As soon as you get it authenticated. You never know what happens. If you choose to stay here, I would say there are a lot of international companies here. Given Mr. Parham's company, the company I work for, they're all international. So they do offer you the opportunity to someday just, okay, I want to go to Europe, Asia, just transfer to those departments within the same company or within the same department, or you can choose a different career path within the company. So to some extent, I would say authenticating the degree is not important unless you leave what you want to do.
Okay, thank you for that. For Mrs. Laisha, remember how I said the degree I'm working on right now is mechatronics engineering. My master's was mechanical engineering, and both degrees and current degrees now, I am working alongside with minoring, or my focus is more on computer programming, on artificial intelligence, computer vision, and sound detection. We have a question there similar to that. The person asks, my master's is in construction management, but it revolves mainly around the use of AI and machine learning in the industry. Do you see AI being used in the construction industry in Belize now or in the future?
There's always possibilities in the future, but the construction industry globally is so slow to adapt to tech. A lot of industries have been revolutionized by the use of technology and adoption of, and the construction industry just continues to be one of those industries that they don't absorb that tech that fast. A lot of it has to do with a cost factor or a trust factor, but that's across the board, and Belize is no different. I am not seeing AI being used currently right now in the construction management sector, but that should not discourage you from doing what you love. Come here, there's jobs for construction management. You will make things better. You can make your pitch for whatever AI, what are we doing with AI? Quality control, machine testing, et cetera, et cetera. If there is a need for that and that is proposed to whichever company, and is invested on, or you can then do that for multiple construction sites. I mean, there is possibility. I'm not seeing it now, but there's lots of stuff that I touched on in my career that I don't see being used here. It doesn't deter or discourage. It's an edge, and you have that knowledge, and you in your career you just continue to learn and grow and implement slowly. If you could implement a lot in a short, great. If you have that support and you're not getting to push it back, fantastic. But to answer the question, not yet, but I'll never say never. And there is room, and don't let that deter.
Yes, thank you. Because on my degree, like I said, I'm planning to go back home, and my focus is to go back home and use AI applications where they should be used at this present time. Later, it should have been used before. Thank you for that. A question for Mr. Parham. To get for when I came here, I need an ARC. that only allows also with a work permit, when I apply for a work permit, they can only work at certain hours, 20 hours a week, if I'm not mistaken. For you, there's a special certificate you need, correct?
Well, not
or a card, ID card.
Basically, it's the same work. Well, you apply for a work permit, and you just need to give your information into the HR, and they should be able to fix up a work permit for you. And that work permit will be determined by how long your contract is. So if you sign for 1 year, then you're going to give you an ARC work with the work permit on it for like 1 year. So basically, if they ask you for a document or anything, you give it to them, and they should be able to take on the process after. Even for English teaching as well, I think it's the same thing as they should be able, the employer should be able to help you to get your work permit within Taiwan. Because I did work as an English teacher for like 1 year, full employment, and they did help me to get my work permit here. So if there's anyone from Belize who wants to come and teach English here, which I don't recommend long term if you're an engineer, you can get a work permit from your employer. You just need to have good networking and make sure they trust you and everything. And it should be an easy process for you. But just give them your information and then do some online research or whatever you need to do, and it should be fine. But a certificate, not necessarily, but they should be able to get you your work permit with no problem.
Okay. And that's if you are already here, though.
For me, since I'm here already, it is easier. But if you're in Belize, I think the process is the same, but you still need to have a good connection or good communication with the company here. I mean, they're open. You just send some emails or get connection with someone who is here already, and they should be able to make bridge the gap for you then.
Thank you. I believe we have a question from our North region.
My question is for Mrs. Lisha. I hope I get your name right. And it's just to ask about if you know anything about opportunities for environmental engineers, because I would assume with those projects coming up that they also need environmental engineers. With yesterday's panel, I kind of learned that a lot of emerging opportunities are coming up that I didn't know about. So it would be good if you have any input as well.
Yes, environmental is in demand right now. We have signed on to different bonds, green bond, blue bonds, etc., where we're now getting green credit points. And I don't have the verbiage totally correct there, but a lot of these big mega public projects do require environmental health and safety, environmental specialists, social specialists. And so now there are these positions created. Before, we weren't seeing that 5 years ago. Now we're seeing it almost on every project. So there is room for envi engineers specifically, and with a specification or a specialization in that, you do have an edge over maybe a first degree civil. So that's exciting. That's good for you.
I have a question for Ms. Lisha.
Yes.
You talked about all of these projects. Are these projects contract based? How is it going to affect me in terms of job security? Do I have to be searching constantly for there's another project happening. There's another project happening here. How does that affect my
Well, if you are an independent consultant, then you are chasing after these jobs. So when the market is hot, you're getting up those projects and having them on reserve as well for when things are not so hot. If you are employed with a firm, they're doing the grabbing. They have their marketing persons, procurement officers getting those jobs. You're just working as an employee for that firm. So you are secure. Unless something like COVID happens and it's drastically changes the way the construction industry is, and then there are layoffs. But generally secure. If you're working for the government, a lot of their employees, that is then employee style, and they do generate a lot of these projects. A lot of these projects are coming, big ones are coming from the government. and there always are projects. Sometimes they're busier than other eras. Right now is very busy. But you're typically secure as an employee in the government. You sign, I'm not sure how long their terms are, 2, 5, 10. It's not too easy to fire someone if you're working for the government. Private, you're also signing contracts for 2, 5, 10 years or indefinite employee. So it depends there on your employee status. Eventually if you do become the owner, consultant, whatnot, then you are bidding for these jobs like all the others.
Also, I saw that most of the jobs you talked about are in the area of construction. Right? How saturated is that market with engineers? Because I saw your page and I was like 68, 80 members are all civil engineers. So how readily can I obtain a job if there are a lot of engineers in that field?
Well, there's a lot of work right now.
Yeah, I guess there is a lot of work, but one
there
person
are
can do many jobs at the same time.
Yes. Some of those persons on the list actually are abroad too, but they want to keep their Belizean designation for when they get interested. Like say there's a couple engineers, they're foreign or they're Belizeans living abroad. They have their business abroad, but sometimes they do team up with other locals, and so then they need this designation. So they're registered, and that list looks a little longer. Not all those people are in country, but even though majority of the registered members are civil, there is still room for civils. Yeah, we keep registering more and more recently, actually. So I've seen the trend for the last 5 years, going back 2018. 8 persons registered, 8, then we had 20, and last year 24. So there are civils in country and there are still jobs. And there is a larger than usual boom right now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the information, guys. It was well received. So sadly, I believe we've come out to the end of today's panel and the engineering panel. So we will be moving on to a short coffee break. But thank you again. We have Mr. Barnaby Matus, Mrs. Lisha Mixco, and Mr. Jason Parham. Thank you again for being on this panel. And we hope to see you again. Well, I hope to see Mrs. Lisha soon when I go to Belize and apply. Be a part of APED. See you there. Hopefully be the first mechatronics engineer there. And okay, so we'll see you there. And thank you guys once again. And to our viewers, we will go on a short coffee break. And thank you for being here with us. I move the floor.
We'll be having an 8-minute short break. For those of you who are with us in person, we invite you to go over to the coffee area where you can enjoy some light Belizean, delicious Belizean-made refreshments. And if you are at home, please join us back at 8:50 p.m. and for those of you in Taiwan at 10:50 a.m., where we will be moving on to the business segment.
Have you ever imagined what the future will look like? We can do more than just look up at the universe. Big data can completely change the way we drive cars. Energy efficiency can be rocket high. Nanotechnology can solve the mystery of genetic diseases. In 2021, National Yangming Chiaotong University was born after a merger. Now it would have new goals and responsibilities. Welcome to a new era. Through our heritage, innovation, and sustained effort, we push forward the cultivation plan whereby we pick everyone's brain for a visionary future. Communication networks, energy, finance and education sectors become more intelligent with research and development in technology. Industry development and quality of life are taken to the next level. In the area of AI healthcare and advanced medical equipment, big data helps to create an integrated system in which people always come first. We don't just extend lifespans, we live better and healthier lives. We groom physician engineers and medical doctors across the country and promote cross-disciplinary collaboration for a sustainable future. While focusing on medical and scientific progress, we also care for human values. We keep exchanging ideas with our worldwide partners. We rethink the role of a university in our society and work towards the goal of sustainability. NYCU has inherited traditions from 2 universities in pursuit of innovative breakthroughs. We will plan ahead in the era of post-COVID-19 and seize the opportunities in restructuring of worldwide supply chains. Our insights are refined to the last detail at the fastest pace possible. We have transformed in no time. Where is the future? The future is here. For infinity and beyond.
Campus is about 22 hectares in size with a beautiful landscape. The school is located near the expressway. From the start, much work was needed to be done. KSU founder Mr. Jung-He Lee, board and presidents, established an Institute of Technology, which became a Technical Institute of Technology and Commerce. Afterwards, a College of Technology, and then Kunshan University in 2000. In 2018, for 3 years in a row, KSU won a grant from the MOE Higher Education Sprout Project and ranked #1 for average grant benefit per student among all private technological universities, and recognition as the only international competitive Global Taiwan Research Center Technical University in Tainan. KSU also won the MOE Teaching Excellence Award 12 years in a row and the MOE Exemplary University Award 5 years in a row. Mr. Weilong Zheng is chair. Dr. Tianxiang Li is president. Student population exceeds 11,000. More than 90% of the teachers are assistant professors or above, possess certification or experience. Based on the motto of determination, perseverance, honesty, and simplicity, we provide a friendly IT environment that fosters a global perspective. Regional development makes our school one of the top universities of technology. Career planning, quality teaching, and research are carried out simultaneously. KSU's advanced educational training in technical and vocational education consists of the Colleges of Engineering, Business and Management, Creative Media, College of Applied Human Ecology, and the International College. There are 21 departments, 2 degree programs, and 15 graduate schools. Attention is put on green technology, cultural and creative industries, smart living, and precision machinery. The College of Engineering's objective is to become the cradle of Taiwan's outstanding engineering talent that upgrades technology and transitions outstanding talent to industry. Integrating mechatronics control systems, AI, 5G, intelligent automation, and green materials are the main focus while promoting green technologies and sustainable development. The College of Engineering was awarded a first-class rating by the MOE and an IEET certification. Students will be the leaders in industrial technology for the new century. The College of Engineering consists of the high-precision, high-level automation designing Department of Mechanical Engineering and Graduate School and PhD program of Mechanical and Energy Engineering. Dedicated to mechatronics integrated with technologies automation development is the Department of Electrical Engineering and Graduate School. Integrating intelligent information products development and manufacturing is the Department of Electronic Engineering and Graduate School. Nurturing sustainable environment management and water pollution prevention professionals is the Department of Environmental Engineering and Graduate School. Developing green energy and focusing on green material development is the Department of Materials Engineering and Graduate School. Developing AI and the Internet of Things is the Department of Information Engineering and Graduate School. Exploring high-speed communication technologies and robotics control programming applications is the Department of Intelligent Robotics Engineering and Graduate School. Focusing on game designing, propagation and applications, and nurturing gaming industry outstanding new media talent is the Computer and Game Development Program. The school spares no effort in keeping up with globalization by developing international cooperation and has signed up over 300 sister schools from all over Asia, the Americas, Europe, New Zealand, and Australia. The International College was established to offer the International Degree Program, the Foreign Language Center, and also the Chinese Language Center, which offers a diverse Mandarin Chinese curriculum.
Move on to our business segment, and I will pass over to Ms. Lila Estefan, who will be introducing our moderator.
A pleasant good night and good morning to everyone present. I have the pleasure of introducing the business segment moderator for today. He is no other than Mr. Geraldo Puck. He is originally from San Jose Socots in Cayo and is a registered nurse who worked at the KHMH in Belize City. In 2001, he received an ICDF scholarship to pursue a medical degree at Aisho University in Taiwan, and he is driven by a strong commitment to healthcare and aims to enhance his skills to improve medical services in Belize and Taiwan. Mr. Puck, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning and good night to those that are joining us from Belize. Welcome to the third segment for today at our Belize Taiwan Career Forum. It's a pleasure to be accompanied by our two distinguished guests that are present now, streaming all the way from Belize. Thank you for taking your time and being with us today. As Lila said, I'm currently a student. I'm an ICDF scholar here, okay? And today we have prepared a group of we have with us a group of panelists with diverse backgrounds, skill sets, and expertise, who all of them have their unique roles. And today specifically, we want you to play the roles of mentor. Okay, so let's keep that in mind. I would like to remind everyone that is either logged in via our social media or physically at our sites that there will be a question and answer segment. So take your notes and you can post your questions and we'll gladly answer them by our panelists. So in today's competitive business world, young professionals will go on to face many challenges. They can, however, develop a strong work ethic by building networks. Today, we are proud to present to you our business team to kickstart your network. The ambition to do good in the world is a motivation for every Rotarian around the world. Our first panelist is an entrepreneur and without any doubt, one of action that is on her journey to create hope in the world with her innovation and the right amount of dare. Let us welcome Ms. Catherine May.
Hello.
Good evening, good morning, good day from Belize. Very happy to be here. Should I go ahead and do my presentation now?
A short introduction of yourself will be very nice, Miss May.
Okay, wonderful. So I have some slides, so I believe I should be able to pull those up. So let's do that very quickly. All right, can you see the slides?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. I know I'm on a timeline here, so let's make it quick. As you all already know, my name is Catherine Main, and it's very nice again to be with you today. I have a few things. It's always a tricky topic. How do you introduce yourself, right? So I wanted to focus a little bit more on the theme, right, which speaks to the career component, and you all getting to know me a little bit more, and then also key pointers that I think are very important for the mentorship component and also the networking angle as well. So what is
Main, before you begin, for now we'll just need a short introduction of yourself, okay? That will be very nice. And then later on we can delve into the discussion.
Absolutely.
Is that okay?
So yeah, that's fine.
Okay,
let me go ahead and stop the sharing then. Okay, so just a quick little introduction. My name is Catherine Main, and I hold 3 career-specific roles. The first is VP of Operations for Key Talkers Limited. We are a BPO operating here in Belize, specifically in Belize City. We offer both an at-home and in-office environment to our agents. Our team focuses on being dynamic, also a lot of teamwork. It's real necessary. The other area I work in is as VP of Services for the Belize Chamber of Commerce and Industry. And the third one, as Gerald had mentioned, is Rotary. So this year, and our Rotary year runs from the 1st of July to the 30th of June every year. So I'm a new president for the Rotary Club of Belize. We are the oldest club in the country. We were established in 1957. So I hope that helps.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Main. Thank you for your introduction. It's very good to understand and know the backgrounds of our panelists, because that way our audience can be able to ask questions, especially know who to ask the questions. So thank you so much, Ms. Main, and thank you for joining us. Now, we know that volunteering in Belize is something that is only known when you are in high school, or it's a requirement for you, right? However, we have to admit that volunteering in Belize is actually very much alive. It is healthy and it's ever growing. It doesn't just happen. For it to happen, we actually need leaders that are creative, committed, and passionate. Our second panelist today is paving his mark as an impressive trade economist at our Jewel Belize. Let's welcome Mr. Beresford Codd.
Hi, good afternoon. Good afternoon, I think it is, rather. Good night from Belize. Good night to everybody listening. Just a quick 2 cents about me. I'm Beresford Codd, 31 years old. I've been with the government of Belize for 9 years now. Served in 3 different positions in the ministry. So I've done work. I'm working on the Taiwan trade agreement right now, working on WTO matters. I've done CARICOM. I've done a little bit of everything. On the side, like Miss Main, I wear several hats. I founded BK Sports Group, which is an organization started by my brother and I to connect student athletes to college opportunities in the US. We've raised over $2 million in the last 5 years. I've also founded YLAB, which is a youth organization that's representing young people on the People's Constitutional Commission. I'm also a member of the Public Service Union's Council of Management. And I think I can stop there for now. But you get the picture that, I tried to do my best to be in a little bit of everything. So like what the team says, to get to know as much people as possible, to build my networks, and to make myself marketable. So that's a little bit about me for now.
Agreed. And thank you, Mr. Codd, and thank you for joining us. Now, we know that in the business world, there's constant things happening and things happen without even us knowing. That's every time. So, with constant change, we are required to have skills like resiliency and cultural sensitivity above all. And these are crucial because they are required in a constant changing spheres between the world of international business. Our third panelist today is a living testament, living history while embodying all these traits. Please help me welcome our third panelist, Mr. Joel Borland.
Hi, can you hear me? Good afternoon, good evening to everyone there back home and here with us in Taiwan. It's a pleasure to be among very experienced panelists here. I think I'm the youngest, and so I'm very pleasure to be among you guys. And I hope to share as perspective as for those recent grads and those looking to transition into their careers, early in their careers. So just a brief intro about myself. My name is Joel Borland. I'm from Belmopan originally, and I went to UB. I graduated with a business management degree from UB. I came to Taiwan in 2019, and I did an MBA in International Business and Trade at Mingchuan University. I graduated in 2021. And shortly after graduation, I went into teaching for a couple of months, actually. You know, like most students, freshly after graduation, they're not sure what they want to do. And that was the same case for me. I was trying to buy time, basically. But fast forward to today, a year and a half later, I now work as a global account specialist at Everwin Pneumatic Corp. This is a Taiwanese company, and it's actually a leading manufacturer of pneumatic tools. And pneumatic tools, when I mean powered by air, we make tools for wooden house construction, for pallet factories, for furniture factories. They use these tools to manufacture these kinds of products. And this is a special company because, as you guys know, in Taiwan, a lot of the companies here is big on manufacturing, but they manufacture things for other companies, meaning OEM. But this company at Everwin, it has its own brand. It's a Taiwanese brand, and so I get to experience both the back end of manufacturing. I get to see all the procurement of material, all the assembly lines, and I also get to experience the front end of business where I get to do B2B sales and marketing and pushing a brand. So it's a very, very special experience so far, transitioning to something directly with what I studied, international business. So I get to, I hope to share my experience in hopes of inspiring those who are looking to trying something in their field, looking for something they're passionate about. And I'm not sure if I did, but yeah, so my job now is B2B business. I do sales, business development for my company. We sell to over 42 countries, so I handle a lot of international accounts. A typical day for me in the morning, I'm talking to the Europeans in the morning, and in the afternoon, I'm meeting with my Colombian clients. So it's very directly in line with what I study. Now that's what I enjoy the most. Coming from that background. So again, I look forward to sharing my tips and my job searching tips in Taiwan perspective, and I'm looking forward to the Belize perspective from you guys, the other panelists. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Borland, for your kind introduction. Thank you. So moving on into our fourth panelist. When we think about an entrepreneur, we normally think business, like let's get down to business, right? But our fourth panelist is all about change. He is about creation and much more. Help me welcome our fourth panelist, Mr. Salim Hoy, who is as well joining us all the way from the Jewel.
Hi, good day, good morning in Taiwan and good night in Belize. Sorry for my voice, it's still coming back. So, like I was introduced, my name is Salim Hoy. I'm from Belize City, age 33. I studied in Taiwan for 6 years. So I did my bachelor's degree there and also my master's in international business, IMBA. I'm also a part of the Public Service Union, working under the government. I also own two businesses, one under the creative fitness one, and two for freelancing, where we're going to be, sharing about that later on. I'm also a standards officer at the Belize Bureau of Standards, working there over 6 years, and also vice president at the Belize City Lions Club. So hope to see you guys later on so I could share more of these tips with you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hoy, and thank you to our three panelists that are streaming from Belize. We appreciate your time. Thank you, Mr. Borland, for being with us on site at our Taipei campus there. So now it's like, like we say in Belize, it's time to get down to business, right? So let's start with this, right? So looking at the world's business demographics, we are seeing reports telling us that our business sector was severely impacted post-COVID, right? And I mean, we're still feeling the ripple effects of it. So looking at these reports that are a bit concerning, especially among our recent graduates that are asking themselves, what is there for me in Belize? Or what is the core? So for this, I want us to discuss about what is the current reality in Belize's business field. Mrs. Main, can you take over?
Sure. So that's a very big question with many answers. But to narrow down, I think it comes down to the fact that Belize is a developing country. If you want to look at it in terms of lifespan, I would say we're still in our youth compared to many other countries. So what that ultimately means is that there's a lot of opportunity. We see so much happening. We see Belize highlighted for its actions connected with the environment, the connection with tourism. Most recently, in my field in particular, we were identified as the #1 destination for BPOs, right? There, Beresford, because I know I've been working with him a little bit at NTNC, there's so much happening in terms of trade agreements as well. So we are really at a pivotal stage where we need people with an ambition and interest in seeing Belize excel. Looking at the macro angles, I'm always fond of economics. That was one of my majors for my bachelor's, and that I think is a way of answering it from a more wider perspective, giving the rest of our moderators today an opportunity to also give their feedback. There's so much potential and there's so much need, and skilled labor and and persons who have exposure from countries like Taiwan as well. My experience, I studied there. I did an IMBA at National Chenchi as well, and that experience coming back and applying that here, there's so much that we can do. It's incredible if you want to look at it like that, right? And always remember that there's two angles to this. As they famously say, you can choose to be a small fish in a big pond, or you can be a big fish in a smaller pond. That's important to consider as well.
Yes, thank you so much, Miss Main. Apologies earlier. Does anyone else in our panel want to take this on, please?
Let me hop in there, Charles, just to follow up on what Ms. Main mentioned. There's tons of opportunities in Belize. I mean, everything is, she said Belize is still in its youth stage. I'd say Belize is still a toddler in the lifespan of what a country is actually like. Because I mean, if you think about where the Americans were 40 years after independence, they were still fighting with the British for territory. And so the entire US wasn't even formed as yet, as we know it today. So we have a long way to go. So literally you pick the field, whether it's light manufacturing, services, tourism has been booming over the last year and a half. BPOs, as Ms. Main mentioned, has been booming. Agriculture has hit a bit of a struggle recently because, of course, we need to figure out how we're going to handle a lot of these biological pests that have been impacting bananas, that have been impacting citrus. So there are opportunities as well for people in the science field to get in and get a foothold in the business world. People who have a strong handle of SPS, which is sanitary and phytosanitary measures, and how you treat for certain pests in our agricultural space are in huge demand. People who are computer savvy, tech savvy to take the BPO sector to the next level of knowledge process outsourcing will be in huge demand. Computer programmers, coders. I mean, we saw what happened with BL, unfortunately, this week with the hacking of some confidential information from their system. So people who are involved in data security, huge demand. So like you can literally go down the line and pick a field and there's opportunity. What I've learned as a young public officer, as a young professional, is you really have to separate yourself by pushing for excellence. You cannot simply try to fit in and blend in at the back of the rooms. I have always been characterized as somebody who might be a bit too bold for my age, but I'm never afraid to take center stage, to really stand out from the crowd. That, you know, all of us have gone to university, all of us have learned, we've read the same books, so we can apply. So applying ourselves will get us ahead in any field. So it's not for me simply to say, and to wrap up here, there's opportunities in literally every field in Belize. It's just how you can come now and pool resources with your colleagues, with people who are interested in raising capital, because that's the tricky part. And Ms. Main will be able to explain a bit more about that. Raising capital is what we still struggle a bit with, but literally, if you name the field, there are opportunities.
Mm-hmm. And Mr. Hoy, what is your take on it from that entrepreneur side?
Just to add on to it, as my colleague Barris has laid all the ideas out, I always tell anyone that I meet in Belize, you can be a pioneer for anything. Like whatever creative ideas you come up with, as long as you are able to put up a good business plan, set it up, think it out right. Of course, Belize has a challenging population, and that's what makes it exciting, because it challenges you in your field of knowledge of what you've studied and how you're going to bring that to them, right? So you can be a pioneer in anything. You just have to have that patience, sit down, work on it. Whatever you plan, I could tell you, is going to change when you're actually putting it in action. And it's not to make you feel bad that what you've planned before is bad. It just means that you're once you've placed it, it's like saying, stop polishing the shoes, put it out there, and you'll be able to get the right way of where you want to go, right?
Yeah, speaking like a true entrepreneur, I like that. And Mr. Berland, can you kind of give us some insight on the international perspective, please?
Absolutely, and I'm happy to hear all these opportunities in Belize. It makes me want to go home even more. But yeah, I can give a perspective here in Taiwan. From my experience looking for jobs here, there are endless opportunities also. There's many businesses here in Taiwan. It's a manufacturing company. They export a lot. So they're always looking for foreigners strong in some language, in English or Spanish or some European language, to help them to expand into new markets. They're looking for people with sales savvy skills to help them grow these markets outside. So anything that has to do with connecting Taiwan to the outside world, there's a lot of opportunities when it comes to that. And as for business specifically, from what I've seen, there's a lot in marketing. If you love marketing, there's a lot in sales, a lot in finance, anything that, again, connects Taiwan to the outside world. There's a lot you can do, any industry, and there's a lot of industries here.
Okay, thank you for that insightful information. I know we talk about the opportunities and they're endless, right? But what if I'm a recent graduate, but I realize that my degree is just a degree for say, right? It maybe didn't prepare me for something in practice to be able to apply into the correct fields. So what can I as a student do to correctly tap into that specific area that I want to get into? Is it possible? Because I know this is a true reality, especially with how people tend to choose their degrees, let's say, right? So how can students tap into that right employment, to prove that, yes, I can be able to do this job, although my degree might be something, let's say, not so different, but not fitting in?
Let me try to take a stab at that. So what, sometimes there's a misconception in terms of what employers are looking for. And I think I can speak from two areas, right? Both from the BPO industry. I work quite a bit in HR, and so we do have a very active network outside of the BPO industry, but just also always speaking to persons looking for positions, sometimes at the supervisory level going upwards, or sometimes it's just more of an administrative position. And then when you look at it from the chamber's perspective as well, every employer we speak to are looking for the same traits and definitions of what makes a good employee or a good partner or a good team player. And we're talking about professional skills. We're talking professional, coming to work on time. We're talking about making sure, that your ethics are important. We're talking about ensuring that you're driven and dedicated to getting the work done. It doesn't mean that the balance between home life and work life is not significant. That's one of the things that's our philosophy at Key Talkers. But at the same time, don't be afraid to venture into an area that might not necessarily connect directly to your field, or don't be self-conscious about not having experience, because really your personality and the effort you make on a daily basis and your interest in learning and moving up the ladder is going to get you more than likely a position that will allow you to excel. I'll give you an example, right? You're a nurse. Now, I'm actually looking for, this is a new opportunity that came down from one of our business development team members. We are now looking for nurses either in school about to finish their degree or just out of school to simply work along with partners both here and in the United States as well. Now, envision the type of exposure that you can get. You obviously will get paid at a higher level because you come with a specific skill set we're looking for. So there's always opportunities. You just have to connect to things like LinkedIn, communicate with people and share your ideas. What Mr. Codd said is so important. You need to be a trailblazer. You need to be able to stand out, right? And who you are and that confidence and what you represent and your ambitions and where you see your future going is really going to allow you to achieve. You gotta, you have a goal and you believe in your goal, as Mr. Hoy said, don't give up and move forward.
Okay, guys, please take your notes because I'm sure I'm taking my notes. So, can anyone else?
Just to add, just at my place of work at the Ministry of Foreign Trade, I'll put it out there now. We have about 4 vacancies right now, and I can tell you what we're looking for, right? As I know, there's a whole bunch of international trade students and a whole bunch of international relations students out there in Taiwan. So what we decided to do is to switch up how we look to try and attract our new hirees, because we recently got one person over. And we put out a writing exercise for them. And the purpose of the writing exercise wasn't really to test your knowledge, but it was to test your willingness to go above and beyond, to show us how much you really wanted this to take on this new job. Because from the 10 persons we vetted for the short list for the writing assignment, 5 of them wrote back off the top and said, Barris, I don't know, I think I'm okay. It was a 4-page paper when in reality we write 4-page papers almost on a weekly basis at work. So part of the job as a policy officer for the government. We put it out there, we wanted to test your aptitude in terms of research. We wanted to test your aptitude and your willingness to just go above and beyond. That's something that I will always reiterate to young people. Not because it's not your desk or your topic, you shouldn't try to learn it. When we put it out there and we put you to task, we want to see how you respond to real life challenges. So we'll ask you a question like, Geraldo, for you to qualify for an interview, we want you to put on paper your reasoning and your understanding of what Belize needs to do to transform its agricultural sector. So we want to test your ability. So you can come in with an international relations degree, an economics degree, political science, business, it doesn't matter. We want to see what you can do. If you will take the time to be serious about the work and the research and not to give up. That's the big thing.
Okay, thank you there, Mr. Cud. And just to bring in a more, because we're talking about resources, right? Can Mr. Borland, can you tell us where can students look for these jobs?
Yeah, in Taiwan, it's like I think Miss Lila can share also. She made a PowerPoint of where exactly you can look for jobs here in Taiwan. But LinkedIn, number one source. 104, there's a website in Taiwan called Jobs 104. And there are a lot of Taiwanese companies, only Taiwanese companies that advertise jobs here. For me personally, for all those social media fans, I found my job through Facebook. So there's this Facebook page called Non-Teaching Jobs in Taiwan. And the name says it itself, right? So in Taiwan, there's an abundance of teaching jobs, right? There's a high demand for that. But for other jobs outside teaching, it's a smaller field. So that's why this page is created. But yeah, I found my job there. I reached out to the email. I went for the interview, and I can explain that for the later on. But in Taiwan, you from what I've seen, you want to go. There's public companies and there are private companies. There are international companies. So it depends what you want, right? So the public companies, they're huge. They're more at a hierarchy level, and for private companies that I work for, it's smaller, right? So it's more compact, and you're able to communicate directly to your bosses easier, from my experience, and yeah, so it's there's a lot of places you can look, and Lila, Miss Lila can share that PowerPoint with you all after this dialogue.
Hey, thank you. And I think there's a resounding tone here, and it sounds to be being more proactive, creative on how you look. So now, what if there is what you look for, what you're looking for, right? But none of them call your attention. What about creating your own opportunity? Mr. Hoy, what's your take on this?
Yeah, and I was just about to get to that, so I guess you asked the correct question. So, the basic thing is, how bad do you want it, right? You might not get what you want. You might not get the job that you studied for, but that doesn't stop you from being able to take on that position, learn from it, and apply it to what then you want, what then you studied for, right? For example, I was in the business area, international business, and I work as a standards officer. That's engulfed in pure science. So it's a total whole different thing. And it taught me a lot of things. It taught me that not much people know about standards. There's a lot of quality, a lot of consistency that most businesses use. There's even 24 ways of how to do your coffee right with standards, right? And that's just a fun fact. You have surgeons, you have planes, your credit card works everywhere because of standards. And the more I got to learn about it, I got to learn how to apply that quality system to my own business, right? So you don't always get what you want at first, but you plan ahead. You try to learn in the position that you're given, and then you can apply that to what you want to do in the future, right? So that doesn't stop you or gets you depressed, but it pushes you, and it also it weaponizes you as well, even better.
Agreed. Thank you on your insight. I don't know if any one of you, Miss Main, do you want to chip in into that avenue? I know it's one of your forts.
Sure. So just to add, in my opinion, in Belize, it really is an employees market, which means there is a lot of opportunity. And that's outside of the entrepreneurial sector, which really, the sky is the limit. 100%. As Mr. Hoy said, as an entrepreneur, there's a lot of opportunities. As any entrepreneur, what you're trying to do is distinguish yourself as well from, the offers. Let's just say it's a service offer in an area that is identified as necessary necessary, but very much populated by other businesses. What's going to make your offer unique? You have to maintain your standards, especially if if you're producing a product that's going to be consumed or that's going to be used from a topical standpoint. Most definitely, the exportation opportunity as well is where the standards are going to come in. But moreover, what's significant is that you identify and do your market research, which is things we all study and learn about in school. Where are the opportunities? How can you create your own little niche? What's going to differentiate you in terms of your plan of action? So having a business plan, I think you hinted at that before. Access to financing is always a challenge, and the investment climate in Belize this is where I would agree with you, Beresford, and say that we really are toddlers in that area, because it's limited. But now we're starting to see some development that's looking different. I know there are entities, there are a couple firms that are looking for ways to be able to offer investment opportunities to entrepreneurs, and developing the structure and developing the regulation as well to ensure that it is always clean and a healthy environment, right? If you want to think about it like that. So again, think and I still feel that they're coming right back to that ultimate concept of Belize has so much potential. It's important to remember as well, Belize should no longer be looked at as all on its own. There are connections that connect it to Taiwan, right? There is a trade agreement and a connection there. There's connections that connect it to Latin America, right? In particular, our neighbors, and we see a lot of that happening. And then, of course, the most common one, which is the connections to the Caribbean and the developed chains and shipping avenues to the United States and even to Canada. And we're starting to see a little bit opening up with Europe or the EU across the board, right? Along with the UK, as now you got to separate them, so to say. But there's really find what you're interested in, come up with a good plan, and make sure you almost make that a part of your life in a way, right? Where you're pushing it, every opportunity you're getting, you're connecting with networks, you're connecting with others, right? There's always the partnership angle. If you have a service and somebody has that product, bring it together and offer a package offer. That will help you to distinguish as well.
Thank you so much, Ms. Main. I think it resounds the theme of saying dress for what you want, right? Mr. Borland, do you want to say something?
Yeah, I just want to add to the entrepreneurial question here. So yeah, personally, I too want to eventually have something on my own. And I feel like a good way to do that is also getting the experience in these companies like I am at now. You're learning a lot about talking to clients, about influencing, about finding solutions for your clients. And all of these are fundamental business skills that you can transition and pass on to anything else that you want to do in the future. So I think this is an excellent way to build those skills that later on you'll use to when I do open a business in Belize or in Taiwan or wherever else I choose to go.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Morland. I think we have a question from so I'll hand over to Dr. Stefan.
Thank you, Geraldo. And so far, the live stream has been buzzing with questions. So based on what Ms. Main just mentioned, it sounds like there is opportunity for employment in business. In order to stand out, however, are there any specific certifications or additional training that can enhance chances of landing a job? And this question can also be opened so that the panelists can explain what type of training or certifications they've also acquired. Thank you.
Things that I would say really stand out as universal needs are areas such as change management. If you have experience or training in change management, that's a critical area. Having some sort of, networking, again, network administrator that's connected with the IT component. And these are skilled examples that I think stand out as really very much necessary and in need and in demand here in Belize. Project managers. There is a lot of need from, in my opinion, both public and private sector connected with project management, right? And that's basics, those are skill sets that to some extent, if you have a degree, you can complement it at least at the preliminary, at the beginning stages, if you want to say it that way, with certificates, right? So understanding the dynamic of how to put together a project. And as Beresford said, the components of being able to have a good angle of business writing is critical. Because you in essence, you're communicating your ideas and representing your company through business writing in almost every arena. Nowadays, when we look at marketing, for instance, a lot of marketing now has turned inwards, right? Especially with social media, Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, Thread. We'll see what comes of Thread here in Belize. So it's important that you, whatever degree you have, find a complementary skill to summarize. So if you have more of a technical degree, then maybe do a certificate course that connects you to general business good practices. If you have a business related degree, then find a way to narrow that down. If it is change management, which is HR driven, if it is marketing connected, if it's network specifically connected with IT, these are all things that can add and complement and most definitely can have your resume, your CV stand out.
Thank you, Ms. Main. And for the other panelists, Mr. Hoy, as well as Mr. Codd, have you ever used platforms like Udemy or Coursera that offer these training or certificates that you could recommend and see them adding value in terms of your attractiveness for employers?
Yeah, I mean, both of them, I'm familiar with both. We have access to both of those platforms. Allow you to access university level courses both at the undergraduate and graduate level. You can actually pay, usually it's a small fee to actually receive the certificate from the university itself. But those things help you to stand out. It's not, what I'll tell you this as somebody who's had to vet applications into the public sector for us, it's not only about what the degree is or what the certificate course is, but your willingness to do it is something that will set you apart. Because we'll get you in that room and we'll start grilling you on the actual topics that we cover at work, and we'll know very quickly whether or not you actually know what you're talking about. So when you see the aptitude to want to lead, to want to learn, and leadership is something that is something we have to mention as well. Ms. Min, I know your Rotary history and your chamber history it's evident. You have to be able to stand out and be willing to take on leadership roles if you want to expand your networks, if you want to really stand out as somebody who will be marketable to people. Because, I mean, it's not who you know, but in many cases, it's who knows you. That helps you to get that foot in the door as well. And when you get that foot in the door, you need to make sure that you're prepared with the certificates and with the skill sets to stay, to have staying power, to really last and to separate yourself from the rest of the crowd.
Nice. Mr. Hoy, do you have any contribution for this section?
That's exactly, two words come to mind: creativity, and the other one would be how you can, creativity. Basically, you could have certificates or you may not have certificates. They'll put you in a position, they'll test you on, and if you would take, for example, the government, if you know how to market that position, how to creatively sensitize others about it, and different ways like that, you start convincing your boss, saying, and letting him see that, okay, I could probably put him in a position that's even better than that. because I see the willingness. I see that he's bringing different creativity to a post that's probably boring or that you can't even teach people about. And in my experience, that has been because I was first a consumer protection officer before I was a standards officer. Standards is not a sexy topic, but you have to make it sexy for the public. If not, no one knows about it, and it's a very important topic to know about because it affects us in our everyday lives. So you have to be creative. You have to find a way how to do it, whether you have the certificate or not.
Okay, good. And Mr. Berland, can you feed us into what dynamics are there in Taiwan?
Yeah, just adding on to being marketable, and especially as a new graduate, that's very difficult, right? You don't have any experience yet. You're fresh going into the work field. Apart from the courses, which are excellent, you can do while you're a student. Another tip I myself regret not doing while I was a student is many of these universities in Taiwan, they have competitions, especially in business. For example, in Taiwan, these universities come together or they compete against one another for this competition called, for example, HULT Prize, HULT. And this is a competition worldwide. And it's about sustainable business idea on a certain topic or industry. And so, yeah, the universities compete at a regional level, and if you win, you keep on going, and you eventually reach to Washington, where you compete globally against other universities around the world. And in Taiwan, they've had students and universities that have won this competition before. So these things like this, it opens up a worldwide opportunity of networking and reaching people that you would never get to meet if you don't. So I encourage all the students graduating now or getting into university now, get into these types of competitions. It's easy to get into. It's easy to participate. It's as a volunteer. So that's my number one tip. Myself regret not doing while I was a student. Makes you much more marketable.
Ms. Main, go ahead.
Just wanted to add, and remind, I would imagine the audience we have here are persons perhaps finishing up with their bachelor's, trying to decide where they go, and then others may be finishing up with their master's. Is that correct? Just to confirm.
Yes, the majority.
Right. Okay, so one of the key things I would say is sometimes we want to make sure that our resume is perfect before, in terms of all, not necessarily the layout, but what it has. I would be less concerned about that and more concerned with making sure, you have a degree. If you have that degree, identify the field you want to go into. Companies sometimes will support you to get your certifications, right? If it's specific and necessary. Additionally, if you are moving between your bachelor's and your master's, I can't explain in my opinion how important it is. I can't overstate it, how important it is that you get some work experience before you go into your master's degree, especially in business, right? If you're going to go get a history degree, it's different. But if you're going to be going into the field of business engineering, something where there's the architecture, there's these practical components, the experience you have getting some work, understanding the dynamic, not only that, but having what you've learned to be able to apply that at that master's level will give you an incredible ability to take away so much more. And I really want to emphasize that because that's very, very important as well.
Thank you for sharing that, Ms. Main. And on that note, speaking of engineering degrees and business degrees, one of the questions from the YouTube Live mentioned that this particular person has a background in engineering, and I myself have a background in medical fields. However, we all know if you want to open an engineering firm or a private clinic, you must acquire a certain amount of skill sets when it comes to running your own business. So in terms of that, someone that does not have that strong foundation in economics, in business, what recommendations would you give them so that they can start off with a solid foundation?
Is that to any of us or?
Yes, you can go ahead.
Okay,
I would
so
quickly say,
go
sorry.
ahead, Beresford, when you're done.
I would just quickly say books. Books help a lot. There's so many entrepreneurial books, business books, how to open a business, how to run a business, and books is your biggest teacher.
There's books, there's podcasts. There's also entities like associations. Join associations or groupings of like-minded persons that can give you pointers and ideas, and you can bounce. You can also hear stories from them and bounce your ideas off, and they can tell you through their practical experience what has worked and what has not worked, right? Having that engineering degree most of the times gives you the toolkit to be able to understand the basic components of business. If you listen to podcasts, even again, you don't have to necessarily have a business certificate. The experience will teach you to some extent. And as you're moving ahead, identify what area you need the additional support and assistance in. Get yourself trained, read a book, listen to podcasts, connect with persons, not necessarily only in your community, but that's the beauty of the internet, right? And that's the beauty of LinkedIn as well, where you can connect with like-minded persons and learn from them. And, and blogs, I didn't mention, there's all these tools, as long as you put in the effort and have the initiative.
That is some excellent advice. We all hope to acquire some more tools in our toolbox, and a part of connecting and establishing these connections would go into internships. So this is a question from the YouTube Live. Are there any internships available for students in your particular industries or workplaces? So I invite each panelist to share some information. I'll start with Ms. Main.
Okay, sure. So from the chamber end, we are actually looking for a project manager right now. We were looking for a policy analyst as well, right? I think we're pretty much close to closing that position, but there is always opportunities at the chamber for somebody coming in, in marketing, somebody coming in and being a part of a project. There's a big project we have on right now, and we need the additional support and assistance. And you will, in those angles, you're going to learn all the different aspects of how our secretariat at the chamber works, and you most certainly will be able to connect to networks and learn the macro aspect of what is happening on the ground in terms of the economic environment. So I wanted to start it there because we are excited to identify persons that would be willing and interested in coming into the chamber and being a part of that. In terms of general business across the board, most of the time, there are a lot of opportunities, I would say, in the specific fields that connect to, I would say, engineering would be an area where an internship would assist. I can remember my day is way back when I did an internship with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs because that was my original path to go in the area of international relations. And through that internship, I learned quite a bit. I understood what really is the dynamic, because in school you have this concept of what the work environment is going to be, and you get there and it's not the same. And, I also identified that I love the international angle, but I think I liked business a little bit more. It was a little bit more up my alley, so to say, right? And so you learn about who you are, you learn your strengths, you learn your interests, you learn what makes you excited, you learn where your creative angles are as well. And as Mr. Hoy said, even the practicalities of standards, it's not always the easiest topic to talk about, but his passion stands out. And in talking about it, it's clear that this is something important for him. And in just communicating across the importance, imagine airlines without standards, so to say, right? You fully understand why each of these roles are significant.
Agree.
just to add on, there are internships in the government service which are done over summers on an annual basis. At my place of employment, we have a regular internship program that we do with Gillen University and the University of Belize, where we every year what we do, we try to get on the phone and speak with the head of the business department at both schools. Send us your 3 best students. We take them in for a summer, teach them for 2 months what it's really like to work in trade policy development. But we do it on an ongoing basis as well. If it's something that, we have some big project coming up, we have some negotiations coming up. I can't say too much about it right now, but I'll just simply say that things are looming in the near future for us at the ministry. But we're always hoping to get interns because that's how I actually got my job. I actually started out as an intern. I worked on a previous attempt at negotiating with El Salvador in 2013. My director at the time was Mr. Yashin Dujan. Yashin was like, Paris, I like your guts, because you come in and you tell me from day one that you want to run with whatever is here. You don't want to file any papers. You want the work. And he was impressed, and he was like, all right, let me see what you can do. So we have internships, and I encourage everybody. I've given my email to Miss Melody, so she has my information. Send it out to everybody from Taiwan, especially looking for people in the international relations and in international trade fields. So we can send in those CVs and we can take a look at them and see what's available. And we can reach out and see if anybody is interested in coming home and starting to learn on the job in trade policy.
Mr. Hoy, would you like to follow up on any internship opportunities at your workplace?
Just adding on that, well, I'd like to spin it a little differently. One is to have an internship. 2 is to also introduce yourself into clubs as well. Clubs like the Rotary or the Lions Club. This is all about leadership, social skills, planning, project management, fundraising, how to professionally beg for a good cause, right? And so we like saying that as a joke at the club, and I could talk more in terms of the Lions. It's also somewhere that you could apply, because if you study in the technical part and you want to create your own business, you're going to need all that leadership, how to have rapport, how to be able to strategize, how to properly get funding, how to budget, all those things. And in these clubs, they teach you all about that. While they do give you a small orientation in it, they throw you in the field where you actually get the raw experience, which is even better, because like that you always have an aha moment, and so that you can apply that as well. So just to take you down a new alley.
Yeah, and if I can add in here on this perspective of Taiwan, many internships, again, so many companies, a lot of opportunities, and I think a lot of us, like what Ms. Main said earlier, that the importance of getting that experience before your master's or before your first job. In Taiwan, a lot of us like to shy away from internships because of not being paid. And you have the option of going teaching part-time and you're making money. So again, the doing the internship it pays off in the long term. That's much more, it's worth much more than you going to make quick money right now teaching while you're going to school. But internships here, I find a lot are on LinkedIn especially. You just slap in the word internship and Taipei or wherever you're at, Taichung, there are a lot. There's a lot that pops up. The likes of also 104, Jobs 104. The same thing. You type in internship. You look what you're looking for. There are a lot of keywords that you can search in, and also reaching directly out to companies. If you see a company that you like here in Taiwan, there's always a HR email or company email you can reach out directly to and express your interest. I mean, I see now, especially the company I work at now, I get forwarded some people asking for internships, and we consider them. We look into them, and if there's a need, we hire them. So that's a good tactic, reaching out directly to to companies.
Thank you so much.
I just want to quickly add that he's on with that, because sometimes companies don't necessarily have the internship available. But if you reach out, you have your degree, you have an interest, definitely that's something that you will see them take on.
Okay, thank you so much. This has been so amazing. I really appreciate the thoughts, the comments, the advice. You guys are amazing. I can't say that much, right? Okay, so now we've reached to the final portion of our segment, okay? And to wrap things up, I wanted each of you to give one advice on how someone, because we talk about reaching out and making networks, right? So what is one piece of advice, a short one, that you would give to someone new on how to network or how to approach that person? One piece of advice. And then with that, we'll wrap up our segment. Ms. Main, we'll start with you.
Sure. Go in to whatever, role, whatever internship, whatever job with a lot of energy and a lot of positive energy, and understand that, coming back to the quote that I know the presentation will be shared, please understand that you may not know everything, but it's okay not to know. And ultimately through the process, you will learn, because even persons like CEOs who have been there for years will tell you they learn something new every day. So don't be intimidated by what you don't know. Just confidently move forward in a positive way with a lot of energy.
And Mr. Cole?
What do you, I don't know, Ms. Main, she said I'm hopeful there. I think that was along the lines of where I was going, but build yourself as a leader. I think that is one of the constant areas of focus for myself that has helped me throughout my years. Being willing to take on more, to build your presentation around that, regardless of the field that you're in. If you build your presentation around being a leader, being somebody who always is willing to excel, you'll separate yourself. I think when you do that and you come in with that confidence, smooth sailing, I think.
Okay, and Mr. Borland, sorry.
Okay, I can answer a different tip, advice that I found very stressful when I was transitioning into the work field. And that is, if you don't know what you want to do, or if you're not unsure of what path you like to take, and I'm sure a lot of us go through this, it's very stressful. It's a hard time, because you don't want to make a mistake, or you don't want to choose the wrong path, as I would say. But if you don't know what you want to do, then go out and try things until you find out what you want to do. When I graduated, I went to go into teaching because I wasn't sure. I needed to have a job while looking for a job, So then I eventually found this job. I found it on Facebook, like I said. I had no idea about the industry. I didn't know if I would even like it or not. But I still went. I thought it would just be a good practice for an interview. And it turned out to be a very pivotal point in my career in finding something I'm passionate about. I'm passionate about business, about sales, about business development, talking to clients. And so if you don't know, you get stuck, or you spend many years waiting for the perfect opportunity, or waiting for the right job. And that may take many years passes by, and a lot of time is wasted. So my advice is go out and try everything, try things. Each job that you go for, normally it's like they give you 3 months to decide if they like you or not. You can take that 3 months and turn it around if you like the job or not. So you can keep trying until you find something you love. That's my little bit of advice.
Thank you, Mr. Verland. And Mr. Hoy, you're the last panelist to give your advice.
Yeah, so I was going to say, if you feel scary, that's exactly when you should jump into it, because you gotta know other things than you didn't know about that you already know, huh? So you just equip yourself, set your arsenal bigger. Failure doesn't mean it's bad. It's just opportunity. It's going to take you to a new direction that you never thought about, and it's going to help you in your future. So failure is not bad. If it's scary, just jump in.
Okay, thank you. So that wraps our amazing piece of advices that we received today. And if you didn't have any mentor, well, you have new mentees now, right? So thank you so much for giving your time, giving your expertise. And I know, especially the ones that are tuning in from Belize, right? So thank you so much. We really appreciate it. So that's our segment for today. Thank you so much, and I will now would like to hand over to Dr. Estefan for the finalizing of the forum for today. So thank you, everyone, and I bid you goodbye now. It was a pleasure.
Thank you so much, Mr. Pook, and to all the panelists for allocating your precious time and sharing insightful advice and your experience to all interested parties. I especially love this panel. So now, as we're wrapping up, I would first like to invite the president of the Belize Taiwan Association. She will be sharing some job finding tips in Belize. If you are interested in job finding tips in Taiwan, I had shared it yesterday during the closing remarks, and we'll be sharing those slide decks on our official pages. So, Melody, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Lila, for the transition. So I will look at both support systems in Belize as well as opportunities that I have been, actively looking into online internationally. So in Belize, there are different government-aided agencies that provide support services to job seekers. Specifically, Beltrade, they do technical services training for people such as like job preparedness training, project management, which are some of the skills that the previous panel kind of talked on. So if you're looking for support when you go back to Belize, or if you're in Belize and would like support with putting together your employment package, BTEC does that kind of support. So BTEC for Beltrade actually provides support in that area. And if you could go on their webpage, you will actually find where you could interact with them and ask more questions about their training schedules and stuff like this. Also, the Ministry of Labor, they have an employment service who does more or less the same support. They have a online job registry that you could submit your documents. They help you to prepare your resume. They also do like job preparedness training as well. It's very effective. You could just reach out to any department within the country, and they have employment officers that will help you to prepare your package and become more ready for employment. I think the Department of Youth also provides this kind of assistance, so you can look into those if you get back home and you'd like a bit of support, because sometimes, when you come out of school, you don't know how to put together your resume and things like this, and they actually provide you with training as well as with the writing of the resume and things like this. And it's all free, best thing. And then I found a couple like online job markets that Belize has, mostly Facebook pages, so I'm sharing them here. I have the QR code, and there's also Jabiru, which is based in Belmopan, but they post vacancies from across the country. You can just follow these pages on Facebook, and they post from time to time. Also, the Labor Department and these other agencies that I mentioned, they do assist with attaching employers with employees. So, for instance, they have relationships with different companies, and if you fit what they are looking for, they would contact you and help with tagging you to the job vacancies. In terms of like, if you decide to venture further educationally, there's this newly developed platform called the Further Education Project, the Higher Education Project. They have a really great platform that kind of shares both information about alumni and universities, as well as the transition process that you would be looking at as a Belizean. So it talks about opportunities not only in the Caribbean, but also in like Canada, the US, Europe, And they also have a network of alumni that you can contact who have studied at different universities, including here in Taiwan. So if you're looking into like what the process might be to get a degree in another country, you can look at this website. They also do professional development training forums occasionally. So you could just like go on their website and find that. In terms of regional and international support, I follow a bunch of different Instagram pages. So Instagram is a really cool tool if you use it efficiently. And these are just a couple of the pages that they're both based in the Caribbean, somewhere in Belize, that share opportunities. They have professional development seminars sometimes, very short, sometimes it's like 45-minute sessions where they talk about different research areas or opportunities that exist. Yeah, so you can, I'll be sharing the different Instagram tags later on, but these are just some of the pages that I actively follow that share some of these opportunities that you might be interested in, such as the CARICOM Youth Council, the Caribbean Regional Youth Council, and the Commonwealth Youth Council. So they both often have positions available for researchers and all of these things. Like, it's unpaid, but it gives you the kind of experience that you need that you can add on your resume and eventually get you into the job. Yeah. And then the other topic that I'd like to expose people to is like some of the professional development spaces, because our speakers earlier talked about, you know, Lions Club and the Rotary International. I'm actually a Rotaractor on break. But in the Rotaract clubs and in the Rotary and Lions clubs, there's this professional development aspect that they allow, as well as networking. So once you're a Rotarian or a Rotaractor, you're an international, it's an international connection. So for instance, it opened so many doors for you. I went to the Philippines and I contacted the Rotaract Club there and they immediately welcomed me. And likewise in Taiwan, I've attended meetings. So you become an international, Rotary is so international and it's a big community that you get to join and be a part of. And it's also good for professional development and getting experience and most importantly, networking. But it also feels good to give back to community and help with development. Aside from that, we have the Toastmasters Club, which is a really great space to develop public speaking skills. And actually here in Taiwan, there are several clubs that hold English meetings. I just recently stumbled upon one in Beito, which is not far, which is this district that we're in, that has meetings on Wednesdays. But aside from that, as a result of the pandemic, a lot of clubs hold online meetings. For instance, the Belize Club has online meetings on Thursday mornings here in Taiwan and Wednesday nights in Belize. So if you join these clubs, you can get to learn more about professional public speaking. And it's also a space to network because people come from various backgrounds, and that's how you can meet people who might have connections in your industry and tell you about vacancies or opportunities that might be coming up. Aside from that, I have this logo for ISEC, which is actually kind of like Rotary and Rotaract, but this is more internship oriented. So this is an international internship organization, and it gives you the opportunity to like do internships across the world. My roommate, while I was here in Taiwan, told me that she got an internship in Turkey, and her brother got an internship in the Philippines, and that's how they left Guatemala and came over this side of the world and explored the cultures there. And it's like a partially paid internship, so you get to relocate, you get international exposure and experience, and yeah, ISEC. So these are some of the places that you can be looking into joining as a member, and eventually you can get these kind of opportunities through that. The other area that I've been actively looking up is the international internships or professional development programs. So most UN organizations have a space called the Young Professional Program, or they have internships. Usually with the Young Professionals Program, it's like a 2-year contract that they sign, and you get to work in different arms of the United Nations that's related to your professional background. And the applications and vetting takes a while, but they're all posted online and easily accessible. You could just go on any of the United Nations pages, the specific UNESCO, UNHCR, they all have internships and young professional programs. And they have a portal that you create an application and you could submit for several different internships from that platform. The Commonwealth also has the Commonwealth as well as the World Bank also has young professional programs. And it's more or less the same system where you get to work with these organizations for 2 years with a contract and it's paid. Okay, yeah, thank you.
Thank you for sharing those very useful tips, Ms. Wagner. And now I'd like to invite Mr. Adriel Mo from Tainan so that he can share what his experience was like being a part of the Career Forum Steering Committee. And so I will pass over to you, Mr. Mo.
Thank you, Laila. Being a foreign steering committee, I can't say it was easy. There were some struggles and some technical issues, but we managed to pull it off, and we got the people we needed. We got the audience or the panelists we wanted initially to fill and inform our audience. I believe that they did what we wanted for this forum, to educate, inform, and help our audience who are lost, do not know what is their next step. It actually helped me a lot. The business section just helped me give me some more courage, learning how to get funding for a business, or the idea you need to push and network. Also with network said, that helped me this helps me network more. Even as being a part, the host, or even if an audience, it can help you be networking more into finding what you want. Contact the people you need to contact to how they can best help you out. This forum really has been helpful. It accomplished what we wanted, what I believe it did. And putting it together was beneficial and satisfying, if I could say. It helped me know more how to strategize, how to balance my workload, and what to look for if I want to accomplish something. That's what this forum has helped us. It helped me also, particularly engineering, when I go back, I know what to do. Those engineering friends already messaged me and said they know they are grateful for it. The audience here was grateful for it, the engineering section actually, because most of us who are here are engineers. Engineers now. We graduated, so congratulations to the ones here. We graduates. Actually, we have 2 graduates here this year, and yes, so this forum will be beneficial to them. They are in an era where I would have been 2 years ago if this panel would have been taken place. It would have helped me know if I want to continue to do my PhD or go back to Belize, either to do a job or start a company. With that, that's what this forum has done for me and for others. Thank you. And sorry, but I need to give also a shout out to the rest of my teammates, the steering committee. This was a team effort. All of us put nights and hours and days to let this forum take place. All the effort was not in vain. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mo. And with that, we are going to take a group picture before we finalize today's session. So I would like to ask all of our participants here if you can come to the stage, and we're going to take a picture.
For those in Tainan, you'll also be in the picture, so please smile. Okay, Tainan, we're taking the picture now. Thank you very much. And with that, we have concluded the second day of a 2-day hybrid career forum. We hope that this is the start of something new and fresh. And please, younger generation, carry this forward. Thank you.
Yes, and we'd like to once again thank all of our panelists from the education, engineering, and business segments. Thank you very much for taking time out of your day. Here in Taiwan, we know it's a Sunday, so thank you for your effort. It's Saturday evening back in Belize. Thank you for joining us and imparting your knowledge and expertise with our viewers. To our viewers, thank you for tuning in. We really appreciate it. If this would not be possible and as fruitful as it has been without your participation, so we greatly appreciate it. And we encourage you to continue sending in your questions if you have any. For those that we were not able to answer during the segments, we will be posting the responses on the Belize Taiwan Association page. Remember, they'll also be sharing the PowerPoints with information on how to apply for jobs both in Taiwan and in Belize. Thank you for our participants who joined us yesterday and today here in Taipei and in Tainan. Thank you very much for supporting and for being with us in person. We'd also like to thank the steering committee, Ms. Myra Torres, Mr. Hector Cambranes, Mr. Adriel Mo, and Dr. Lila Stefan, and Ms. Melody Wagner. Thank you very much for taking initiative to not only steer this, but make it a reality. And I think it's really, really something that will benefit Belizeans here in Taiwan especially, but also those in Belize as well. And I think it's a very good initiative that would hopefully spark interest and only grow from here as the years go by. And thank you very much to both the universities that are hosting us, National Yangming Chiaoteng University and Kunshan University. Thank you very much for giving us a physical space to make this happen. And with that, we're going to end the 2023 Belize Taiwan Career Forum. Thank you very much, and we hope to see you again next year.
Have you ever imagined what the future will look like? We can do more than just look up at the universe. Big data can completely change the way we drive cars. Energy efficiency can be rocket high. Nanotechnology can solve the mystery of genetic diseases. In 2021, National Yangming Chiaoteng University was born after a merger. Now it would have new goals and responsibilities. Welcome to a new era. Through our heritage, innovation, and sustained effort, we push forward the cultivation plan whereby we pick everyone's brain for a visionary future. Communication networks, energy, finance and education sectors become more intelligent with research and development in technology. Industry development and quality of life are taken to the next level. In the area of AI healthcare and advanced medical equipment, big data helps to create an integrated system in which people always come first. We don't just extend lifespans, we live better and healthier lives. We groom physician engineers and medical doctors across the country. and promote cross-disciplinary collaboration for a sustainable future. While focusing on medical and scientific progress, we also care for human values. We keep exchanging ideas with our worldwide partners. We rethink the role of a university in our society and work towards the goal of sustainability. NYCU has inherited traditions from 2 universities in pursuit of innovative breakthroughs. We will plan ahead in the era of post-COVID-19 and seize the opportunities in restructuring of worldwide supply chains. Our insights are refined to the last detail at the fastest pace possible. We have transformed in no time. Where is the future? The future is here. For infinity and beyond.
Campus is about 22 hectares in size with a beautiful landscape. The school is located near the expressway. From the start, much work was needed to be done.